Welcome here to Orlando Kart Center. For those of you tuning in from live around the world, and for those of you here in the paddock today, it's opening weekend for the 2023 United States Pro Kart Series season. My name's Andrew Clements, and we're live around the world here on Kart Chaser on YouTube and Facebook. Fully free to view here for this Friday afternoon. It's final practice, happy hour getting underway here, beginning with BBS Racing Engine's KA100 Jr. Joining me in the booth full-time all weekend, the 2023 US Pro Kart Series official series announcer, Randy Kugler. Randy, you've been taking a lot of notes throughout the morning here. We've been keeping an eye. There's a lot of storylines to unpack. A lot of them unfolded as late as this week, with drivers finding themselves in new teams, new chassis, and of course a big group of drivers all across the board moving up age brackets or moving up divisions from, let's say, the 100cc to the 125 Pro classes, or even into the KA100 Pro Shifter class, which is brand new for this year. But for KA100 Jr, of course, we've kept an eye on the drivers that have been quick. It's a beautiful Friday afternoon here in Orlando. Randy, how excited are you to kind of get this season underway?
You know, I have a lot of history with the US Pro Kart Series. I was really the series announcer when we started 11 years ago. So I have a lot of fond memories. It's kind of sentimental for me to come back and see a lot of the people. Allie here up in the booth, and David Cole, and Rick Jump, of course, Mark, and Tim Christopher. This is just a great series, a great group of people. And this place, Xander, is coming out of the seams. I can't believe the amount of people and workers and drivers and crews in the paddock. Just a tremendous way for the USPPS to start off our series here in Orlando.
Not a single place you can find to put another car, truck, or much less trailer here in this paddock. A fully branded day paddock. Kudos to Andre Martin, Junior South, Vitor Salgado, and the entire Orlando Kart Center team. They got 50 months on the front of the national race ahead.
With this weekend, many drivers and teams already moved in during last week for testing, but they have done an awesome job to prep it. You can see there across the racetrack that brand new Orlando Kart Center lettering. He's right in front of what is a brand new viewing tower. There's all kinds of upgrades they made to the facility in just a month's time. For our Kart Chaser viewers, the last time we were here was a little bit over a month ago for the Rotax Max Winter Trophy. Back left-hand 180, he'll jump a little bit of inside curving. Saw a lot of big moments there back in 2022, and then this full throttle sweeping right-hand corner, turn 6 leads into a quick kick, turn 7, big passing zone right here in turn number 8, and then one of the longest straightaways here on the North American circuit leads you into one of the tightest, if not the tightest hairpin that we will visit all year long, and that's headed right down right there into turn number 9. They'll come out of turn number 9, and we'll pick them up out of that hairpin as the bright white, blue, and purple machine of Max Taylor will jump the curbs at 11, 12, 13, and then a quick right-hand dogleg at turn number 14 to lead them on to 10, 11, 12, and then turn 13 down the front straightaway there. So again, through turn 8 and turn 9, 2 big passing zones. A big passing zone that final corner. Turn 1, a good opportunity, and a lot of places where you're going to be taking a lot of concrete to the chassis as we can see them already starting to experiment just a little bit. Back from him, you find Teddy Musella, one of the Orlando, Florida natives in that RPG Cosmic. He's had an up and down start to his 2023 season, but he's got teammates around him, including the driver right in line. I believe that's Jackson Wolney trailing him here in final practice. This practice session, of course, super important for everybody, but especially those in the 100cc classes for KA Jr and KA Sr because they have exceeded their max starting count in terms of entries for Sunday's main events. Not all these drivers will get to transfer into the big dance Sunday late morning and early afternoon. This session right here, happy hour, will set their qualifying groups. That'll run later on today after our drivers meeting. There'll be groups of 4 for this class that has basically 60 total entries, and it will whittle down through a series of qualifying heats tomorrow into a 46 driver grid come Sunday. So again, starting your weekend off on the right foot, that really sort of began earlier this week, but officially, Randy, it begins with putting yourself in a good qualifying group by having a really fast final practice session right here, and so far the best of them, Sebastian Garzone.
Speaking of fast, Garzone is 57.292 his last lap. His best lap of 57.132. In earlier warm-ups today, Emma Scarborough was quick. She, I believe, was the second round. She was at a 56.934. So we're definitely going to see him get in the 56s. Stephen Miller, a 57.044. They're all chomping at the bit to try to get in that fast group, as you said, because if you get in the fast group for qualifying, the drafting's faster and your ability to get up in a better starting position for tomorrow's heats becomes a lot greater to be in that fast group.
I do apologize to the viewers at home. Some issues here with Race Hero not being able to go up, has live time on Race Monitor, which means that we'll get our live leaderboard hopefully up for tomorrow with all the heat races. We may or may not be able to get live timing and scoring up on the live stream, but if you want to keep an eye on it on your phone at home, it is the Race Monitor app, or you can look on the website at race-monitor.com. That'll have live timing and scoring. For now, we'll continue to break down all the different stories that come into this weekend here. Here's Cameron Brinkman and Stephen Miller. Miller on that Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic. The 873 is your quickest at the moment. He just hit a really good lap there, towing off that Mike Doty Racing, Brandon Jarskruck Racing, Lando Norris kart of Brinkman, and they'll jump the curve at turn 3 and head into turn number 4. But Miller, a 56.987, the first one in that 56-second bracket. As you mentioned, Emma Kate Scarborough, she's in the second of the 2 groups here for practices, randomly sorted for today. They will get again re-racked into 2 groups after qualifying shakes out. But right now, it'll just be an overall merge. However good you are is going to set you into the top quarter, second quarter, bottom third quarter, or the bottom quarter of the grid. As the checkered flag flies for the first of these 2 happy hour sessions, we'll see if anyone goes any bit quicker. You can see on your screen here traffic coming the way for Cameron Brinkman and Stephen Miller on their final lap as they trail a few more headed on into the infield chicane. I believe that may be Garzone up the road from them, but I'm not 100% sure. They're going to go side by side across the line, so I don't think you'll see an improvement on lap times for them. Will it be anything at the stripe? It will not. So Stephen Miller on the CDR Kart Republic, the Sierra Verde, Florida native, has had a solid start to his 2023. Nearly won the Super Nationals 25 back in November, and he will set the benchmark for everyone and ride the hot seat into the second group for final practice in KA100 Jr. Cameron Brinkman there, who he was towing along from, ends up in second in the group. Fernando Luque on that Super Tune USA Tony Kart third. Sebastian Garzone's Orsilon Racing Tony Kart from Cancun, Colombia, ends in fourth. And Max Taylor on that Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic out of Hoboken, New Jersey, will round the top 5, 2/10 to find to Stephen Miller. But here's again a beautiful shot at the sunny Orlando Kart Center. Highs of just touching 80 degrees. Started off each morning around the mid-60s. It could be maybe about 5 degrees cooler, Randy, but you really can't ask for much more than that here at this time of year from Central Florida. We've got sunny skies. We don't have rain in the forecast. It looks like it should be a good weekend.
I think it's going to be a great weekend, and weather down here in the wintertime, you know, I come from Ohio, so anything like this is amazing when you're looking at March and seeing the weather and the temperatures like they are. And I think we're going to see probably a few more drivers in the 56-second bracket. Stephen Miller in the 873, the only driver that got into the 56-second bracket in the first group. But as Andrew said, Emma Scarborough, Leonardo Escorpini was quick earlier today. So was Ernesto Rivera. So I think we're going to see some other drivers in the 56s, but certainly Stephen Miller setting his sights on a good starting spot, a good in the fast group, and a good starting spot hopefully for him in the heats tomorrow with a good qualifying time. Well,
there we saw Leonardo Scorpioni as a spin further back for one of the newer pilots, I believe, in the field. I don't think that's trying to identify who we just had going around over at turn 4, but Scorpioni needs a sea of black and yellow. Those black and yellows and Zanella Racing Tony Karts, easy to point out on the racetrack. season here throughout 2023. Couple major wins. Go back to 2022 here at Orlando Kart Center. Got a breakout podium that really started to establish himself as one of the top contenders in the KA100 Jr class and the X30 Pro Jr class as well. He'll be one of many pulling double duty here this weekend as they round the final corner and head down the front straightaway once again. We'll see him start a lap and begin to see how quickly he can start to chip away at the margin that Stephen Miller has set up. So the first lap's in for a couple drivers in this group. We don't expect too much on the out laps for everyone. That will come with time as they roll on through. A Scorpione sits 31st right now. Didn't beat too much on his first lap around at a 58.85, but the session more than long enough here to give you at least 8, if not 9 laps, depending on where the checkered flag flies and when that timer hits you. Scorpione should be in a great spot as he was one of the first ones to leave the grid and get himself out onto the circuit as he works his way out of turn number 8 and down that back straightaway with his teammates looking in tow behind him. Lots of banner flags around the racetrack. ABS Racing Engines, one of our many partners here. Of course, the US Pro Kart Series has a number of different partnership opportunities, all sold out for the season. This weekend's event, of course, presented by Ryan Perry Motorsports, Think60.org, and PSLKarting.com. A huge thank you to our event partners here for the Southern Grand Prix at Orlando Kart Center with 3 full days of live racing action here live on Kart Chaser, beginning tomorrow and Sunday at 9 a.m. here. The heats all the way through, and then if you want to watch the main events, go to youtube.com/kartchaser/join. That'll be for KC Premium members. You'll get the replays, of course, as the week goes on. There's Emma Kate Scarborough in that Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic. Again, you mentioned she was fast there in the earlier practice. We expect her to continue that pace up, and at the moment, she's just working through that end of Scorpione's teammates train here with the Zanella Racing Token Kart just up the road from her as they exit turn number 8. Another driver quick in this one, I believe Ernesto Rivera may find himself in this class or this grouping as well. And you look down through some of the other bigger names that have been quick through the year. John Antonino has had some speed on that Tesoro Raceworks CRG. He's currently down in the mid-20s. The quickest ones early on, Enzo Vidmontien only at 8.95. Motaz Sport Parolin is your quickest, but Rivera, as we watch him to turn number 4, has got himself clean racetrack. He should be able to work his way up the order in a little bit while we try and find, again, some more quick drivers around the circuit. Antonino on that 870 CRG just went to 13th overall, second so far in this grouping as we're 3 laps in. And based on what we saw here from the earlier parts of this session, of course, the fast lap times for everybody, Randy, coming at the very end. Laps 7, 8, and 9. You would imagine at this point drivers may be trying for a heat race setup because this is about the time of day tomorrow. They'll be running either heat 2 or heat number 3, and the distance should be just a little bit more than what this practice session is. So if you're peaking at lap 8 or 9 in a 14 or 15 lap heat race, you should be sitting pretty.
I would say so, and we got to understand, this is one of the biggest classes. This class is 56 entries strong. So you want to just get near the front, right? I mean, you got to get a good starting spot. You don't want to be having a rough qualifying run and all of a sudden you're starting way back in the heats and you got to work your way up through all 3 heats. You got to get that good qualifying spot to position yourself to get a good starting spot on Sunday. I mean, there's just a lot of work involved. It's not just about coming out here, having a fast kart, and making your way to pole position for the final. You got to earn it from qualifying to the heat races on Saturday, and then finally the main events on Sunday. So a lot of work and a lot of strategy involved. And as you said, you peak early and go flat, and they'll let it down.
Yeah, that's the big difference, of course, with this format for this season, as we see Vidmontien, still one of the quickest. His teammate Chase Buscalia on that 8:03 Motaz Sport Parolin trails him. He actually has gone a little bit quicker. So there is Vidmontien going on through. We'll try and find Buscalia. There is Scarborough chasing down Leo Scorpione. And a few more will come across the lights at the start-finish line straight here. But Enzo Vidmontien second quickest. Now he's quickest in the group in that 8.95. So he's looking good. There is the Jimmy Simpson Racing Red Speed just up the road from Vidmontien of Eli Warren. And the pair of them right now, again, Vidmontien third overall. Warren right now a little bit further back in 22nd. And again, that sounds bad. But when you say you got 56 total drivers and you still have more laps to get some more, that's not too bad at all. That right now would put him just barely outside of the fastest group. He'd be in group number 2 or group B as it's labeled on the time sheets.
Stephen Miller still hanging on with that 56.987. Cameron Brinkman, Enzo Vidmontien, Fernando Luque, and Ernesto Rivera. That's the top 5 running order, and yet, Xander, only one driver, and I'm quite a bit surprised at that, but only one driver in the 56 second bracket, and now Enzo Vidmontien a 56.811 in kart 895. Now on the top of the leaderboard for happy hour with a 56.811 quick time. Stephen Miller, a 56.987, the only two drivers that have gone into the 56-second bracket as they make their way around this Orlando Kart Center. We want to thank our series sponsors for the US PKS. We work our way through happy hour, our second group of KA100 Jr. Our series sponsors, we have Miami USA East, Barbecue Pros by Marks, and MG Tires Racing. Our race sponsor this weekend, RPM, PSL Karting, and Think60.org, as well as our class sponsors, Team Ferris Racing, BBS Race Engines, Speed Concepts, Franklin Motorsports, DNJ Intermodal, MDR, RPG, and SRP Engines. So all those class sponsors, our official partners, VP Racing, Elf Oil, Cartlift.com, Parenzina Official Chassis Specialist, AMAX, and Comet Racing Engines. You know, the chemistry of a successful racing series is a good sponsor structure and then treating your customers right. And I think 11 years into this, USPKS has done a tremendous job of that. Talking to Mark Coates earlier today, there's a lot of pride. Hey, look at that, we're on TV.
We're just about to be here, queuing us up. So again, live from the USPKS official booth, as we mentioned, lots of sponsors and partners part of this weekend showing here. Again, myself, Andy Clemens, alongside Randy Kugler. Randy,
I look so old next to you.
Oh, come on.
I have socks older than you. I'm wearing a pair right now.
Really?
Yeah, I'll show them to you later.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, we'll keep that off TV here. We'll try to keep everyone looking at prettier stuff than us. And of course, that's all the go-karts on the racetrack. But at least the first group all set. So now we know where everybody lines up, of course, for qualifying. As we mentioned, qualifying will be... I think we had something a little bit awkward going on over there. But nonetheless, we're still at least good. Our sound cut out for a moment. We're still fine as they're working on everything. Yeah, I know, Randy. We can't hear, but they can hear us.
Oh, they can hear us?
Yeah, they can hear us. We're still okay. We'll figure out
all this fancy technology stuff.
I know.
Jeez.
In any case.
You know, back when we just had a microphone. That's all.
Yeah, no, this was the one you've been working with all day,
right? Right. No, not really.
Oh, well, yeah. We have enough here. We at least have go-karts on the racetrack, and now we're back all live and good. And so, of course, KA100 Jr all set, divided into four. We know Stephen Miller will be quick, Enzo Vidmontien, Leo Escorpioni, Emma Scarborough, and many more. We're super close at the end. Again, only about a 2.5 of a second spread for the entire top 10. So, lots of notables in that one, whereas in this class, your pro shifter debut, the biggest congregate of KZ engines so far in 2023. This was one of the big storylines through the offseason, was the addition for the very first time in US Pro Kart Series history, a gearbox class on the structure, and we have got all the stars you can think of when it comes to North American shifter kart racing and North American racing in general. How about the big man on screen right now, Ralston Performance Group's Danny Formel, racing his shifter kart here this week in the pro shifter headline class. Next week he heads over to Sebring International Raceway for the 12 hours of Sebring to go get some sports car action in on his factory ride with them. So he's got a busy schedule, but of course you read his social media, you talk to Danny in person, there is nothing he loves more than coming back to karting, and thankfully Mike Rollison, the Rollison Performance Group camp, have continued to give him an opportunity and to give us an opportunity to watch him get behind the wheel. And he is, of course, one of the best and one of the many drivers who spent his childhood growing up on these Florida circuit racetracks, just like here at Orlando Kart Center. He's got a lot of laps around this circuit, some really good memories, and he's looking to maybe get one more this weekend. It'd be huge for Danny Formel to be the first driver in quite some time to put an OTK, a Tony Kart Cosmic EOS Kart shifter chassis on the top of the podium. It's been a few years. We go back to Las Vegas with the Super Nationals. The last time that we saw Danny, he was super quick on the package, and bad luck just took him out of contention. And we talk about bad luck at the Super Nats. You can't forget A.J. Myers on that factory Magic Kart USA machine. He's headed through the sweeper section right now. And the multi-time national champion, the US Pro Kart Series 2014 Leopard Senior National Champion as well, has been an active pro shifter pilot for many years on the tour. And he has this series marked as he wants to be the inaugural pro shifter title winner, and we'll see if he can get that done on that brand new blue, black, and orange Magic Kart suit. He said he felt pretty confident at the end of the day yesterday and is so stoked to get back behind the wheel of some KZ racing.
You know, along with the top drivers and shifter karts, and we've got them all here, A couple drivers relatively new to shifter karts, Carol Pasowitz from International Motorsports in Lenzo, and Justin White, Kartworks and Magic, part of the field here this weekend. Danny Farmal, as you mentioned, Colin Daly with DRT Racing, and Gavin Bailiff with the Trinity Group. Also drivers to contend with this weekend. And A.J. Myers, and what hasn't A.J. Myers done? He's been solid this series. He's been one of the top drivers of the year.
Yeah, he's got a storied history here. Been with the US Pro Kart Series since opening weekend in that soggy, rain-soaked weekend in Mooresville, North Carolina, back when the series debuted in 2013. A.J. Myers has made a start, I believe, in every edition of the US Pro Kart Series, dating back now over 11 seasons here as we embark on the 10th anniversary, I would call it here, 2023, going back to 2013. But season number 11, A.J. Myers has raced in them all in the headline category, either in Leopard Senior, then X30 Pro Senior, and now in the double headline division with Pro Shifter and X30 Pro Senior as well. He's leading around one of the drivers here who is on his second full season in shifter kart action, Talon Yakum. He is one of the drivers here that really there's not a ton of rookies in the field. He's about as close as you can get to it. I talked to his dad. He said, don't call us a rookie. We had our rookie season already underway. We hope all those bad gremlins are off, as we've got one TV kart off on the side of the racetrack. Not sure who that is, but there is a good look on your screen of Marian Kremers on that factory beer alert for PSO karting, trailing Carol Pasowicz. You mentioned Pasowicz is a rookie. This is the first time I believe that he's seen a gearbox chassis, at least in racing conditions. He's the official OK Senior factory driver for Lenzo Kart in Europe, as well as their normally 125 single-speed driver here in the States, and that's all we've seen him in so far this year. However, this weekend, he's teamed up with the fellow factory pilot, Giorgio Carrara, and a cool thing about that Lenzo kart, you haven't probably heard a lot of it, Randy Kukler, but it is one of the few karts still standing here that is completely independently manufactured. It's not as a spin-off of a major manufacturing brand. Everything they do completely in-house. And this is their first year they've come over to the States because they want to get a chunk of the American racing action and show that their product can do some damage. As we've got problems here back at turn number 9. Justin Dittrich on that Carblos Racing Maridello has spun at the outside of the hairpin, and we'll see if he can get that thing fired. These are direct drive karts. The first time we've seen them in action here, at least in racing conditions with the US Pro Kart Series, where there's got to be a push start. No onboard starter, no external starter. These guys have to get a running bobsled style start to get the engines underway.
4 drivers in the 52nd bracket: Danny Farmal, Martin Kremers, A.J. Myers, and Hunter Pickett. Those 4 drivers are in the 52nd bracket. Carol Pasowitz in the 211, 5th fastest. One of the rookie drivers, so good run out there by Carol. But Danny Farmal, a 50.384 on the Cosmic Kart, is the fastest. A 50.419 for Martin Kremers. A.J. Myers third with a 50.616. Hunter Pickett and Carol Pasowitz through the top 10. Vincent Serracino is 6th. Talon Yackel 7th. Gavin Bailiff, Justin White, and Josh Conker. That is your top 10 running order in happy hour for shifters as we wind down this session. They're all chasing the 237 of Danny Farmal, a 50.384. We're 3 laps, I guess, so far in the session. And Farmal about not quite a tenth, about a half a tenth faster than the field. Kremers right there on him. Kremers in the Burrell kart, and A.J. Myers running the Magic Kart Bolt. So it's a wide array of chassis, as always is here at the US Pro Kart Series. A great story on the Lenzo kart, because that's kind of a lost art these days, but to be totally independent and be successful is pretty impressive. But Danny Farmal, not a surprise to anyone, just competed in the 24 Hours of Daytona, now going to Sebring, as Xander said, next week. And he is the driver to chase right now at happy hour. His best lap of 50.384.
And he did that and pulled straight in. Ran 3 laps and hit the lap that he was looking for. That right there on a 3-lap run, that was a mock qualifying run if I've ever seen one from Danny Farmal in the RPG camp. So probably new tires for them, as we've got problems for the Lenzo kart of Carol Pasowicz, I believe. No, not Pasowicz, that's a different one. That's the 235. Oh, there's Marian Kremers doing a full start there. That was, 232. That was a 232 of Giorgio Emiliano Carrara that had a mechanical issue. He tried to make it around for a handful of laps. Ultimately there, nothing could be done, but nobody able to beat Danny Farmal. So he ends top of the boards here in Pro Shifter Happy Hour with a heater there on his 3rd lap at a 50.384. Martin Kremers, 300ths back in 2nd on that PSL Karting Factory Beer Allard. A.J. Myers ends in third. The big three, as we like to call it, remain at the top. 1, 2, 3 for the three different manufacturers and top shifter race teams. Hunter Pickett makes it 2. PSL Karting Viral Arts inside the top 4. Pashawix on the International Motorsport Lenzo Kart rounds out your top 5. We're going to take a commercial break here. When we come back, happy hour continues. 2 classes down, 6 more still to come as we clear the racetrack here from Orlando.
Set me free.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
And we're back at the Orlando Kart Center for round number 1 of the US Pro Kart Series. And the karts are on the track for our Micro Swift happy hour session. And we've got a nice group of Micro Swifts here as well. All the classes solid. We got 31 Micro Swifts on the board. Nice group of shifter karts. Going to be a great shifter race this weekend. We have got some of the top shifter drivers quite honestly, some of the top shifter drivers in the world here this week in Orlando for round number 1 of the US Pro Kart Series, the Southern Grand Prix here at the Orlando Kart Center. In Micro Swift in practice, to give you an idea of some of the faster drivers, and I'll just check my notes here, but we had Liam Naquith, Enzo DeGeneres, and Ashton Wyatt. Those were the drivers that were quick this morning and early afternoon in their practice sessions. And so we'll keep an eye on them, but a lot of times we get a driver that rises to the top when he gets out there in happy hour as they're trying to cement their position in the faster group when they go to qualify in the cases where there are split groups. I'm not necessarily sure this one's going to be split with 31 entries, but they are certainly out there getting track time, running some simulated qualifying laps. We saw one of the shifter drivers, I believe it was Danny Formal, that went 3 laps, which would be a simulated qualifying session earlier, and then pulled in. He wanted to see what he had, and what he had was the fastest lap out there for shifters. So what a race that's going to be, not only Sunday, but 3 heat races tomorrow to watch these drivers work their way through and battle and get a good starting position for those long main events on Sunday. 26 laps, 22 for the Micro Mini Swift, 26 for everybody else. That's a lot of racing out here. Tomorrow we have 3 heat races for all the classes, 12 laps each. So there's, I believe that calculates out to 24 races tomorrow of those qualifying heats as they figure out where they're going to start for the main events on Sunday. First lap in the books, Luke Gillio, a 103.463. So he's quick early, and they'll get that down. That's really just the warm-up lap, so you're going to see those times drop tremendously as they get around there and kind of get dialed in and get up to pace. But Luke Gillio, a driver to watch. Parker Ives, Alex Chandler out there, Massimo LaRusso, Emerson Lane. So a lot of top names. Second lap in the books, and it's Colton Schnegenberg, a 102.164. He goes to the top of the leaderboard, and there is Aston Wyatt, who was quick in morning warm-up. Aston with a 102.077 in the number 21, a 102.164 for Colton Schnegenberg, and Luca Beckerl, a 102.222. So those top 3, only 0.2 of a second separation between those 3. On back to the top 5, Parker Ives and Santiago Diaz de la Vegas in the number 37. He's right there with a 102.321, so a really close margin with those top drivers. But right now, Aston Wyatt has been the quickest with a 102.077. Looks like the 50 there on the screen of Emerson Lane in the back of that lead group there. So Emerson Lane getting up to speed. Good run there. His last lap, a 101.753. Josh Bergman in the number 4, a 101.568. 101.568. So Josh Bergman in the number 4, now quick time at 101.568. Parker Ives in the 48, and they're all in that lead group we're watching on the screen right now. But Parker Ives a 101.597, followed by Luke Gillio, Emerson Lane, and Santo Diaz de la Vegas Torres a 101.832. But they are in the 101 second bracket, and in warm-ups, that's about where they settled. And now let's send a trackside for an interview with our quick time in happy hour, Danny Formal.
since Supernats and a KZ. It's been really good. I tested last weekend, getting my ribs back into place, learning how to hit the curbs again. But yeah, so far the RPG Cosmic Vortex-powered kart has been incredible. We've been trying a lot of different things up and down all day today and yesterday. Marin and I have been pretty much the same speed all weekend long. You know, this morning he beat me by 0.0001, and I just beat him by half a tenth. Obviously, we can't forget about AJ. He's right there also, and everyone else. But yeah, so far so good. I think the tire pressure was dead on for what we needed. I think I could improve a little bit my driving, improve a little bit the go-kart, but so far so good. Super thankful to be here. Super thankful with Rollison Performance Group, Mike Rollison, everyone under the tent for giving me this opportunity. Normally I'm doing the coaching, and I have to show my kids that I can still do it. So thankful for the opportunity and ready to do qualifying later today.
All right, Daniel Formel, fastest in happy hour. We'll see what he can do in qualifying coming up. Back to you guys in the booth.
Very good, Daniel Formel getting a good start to the weekend. Fastest in happy hour in shifter karts. Back on track, we've still got Luke Gillio up front with a 101.393. The 48 of Parker Ives, a 101.440. Aston Wyatt, a 101.552. Josh Bergman and Juan Diego Garcia, a 101.573. That's your top five, separated by 0.2 of a second. And that's that lead group we have on the screen right there. And they're getting it done. I'll tell you, there's a good group of drivers out there. And they're all turning some quick times. But they're all chasing that 68 of Luke Gillio with a 101.393. He is the fastest in happy hour for Micro Swift. As the checkered flag comes out, that concludes our happy hour session for Micro Swift. And we'll run through the top 10 as they cross the line. Luke Gillio will be the quickest, a 101.393, followed by the 48 of Parker Ives, a 101.440. 21 Aston Wyatt, third, a 101.552. Josh Bergman, fourth, a 101.568. And the number 4, Juan Diego Garcia, a 101.573. In sixth, Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres, a 101.593. Emerson Lane, seventh, a 101.609. Pasha Ali, a 101.632 in eighth. In ninth, Colton Scheigenberg, a 101.648. And rounding out your top 10 in happy hour, Liam Nakawati, a 101.694. And let's send it trackside for an interview with one of our shifter drivers, Martin Kremers.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm here at Martin Kremers. Martin, I mean, P2 there in happy hour. Obviously, you weren't here last week testing. You didn't really get a lot of testing this morning, you know, or this week, sorry, because you were in Australia there coaching a little bit. Obviously, you got a 15-hour time zone difference, got a lot of jet lag, probably pretty tired, but still only half a tenth off of Danny Formal there at P1. Talk to me. What's the track evolution been like throughout the day so far that you've noticed?
Usually this track is very fast early on in the morning. Usually the second session is the quickest. And then in the afternoon it kind of gets greasy and dies off a little bit. So we're trying to fight that at the moment. Like you said, I came from Australia, so early in the week I was struggling a little bit with the jet lag, but sorted all of that out and finally woke up. Today's been good so far. Kind of had Danny beat until he put that new suit on, so he gained half a tenth on me there, so I have to figure out what to do for quali.
Yeah, obviously you mentioned half a tenth. It's almost nothing really in racing terms, but what do you think you're missing there just to find that little bit of time to Danny?
Obviously that suit, I think.
Awesome, yeah, well maybe a lighter suit there for Martin Kremers coming up. Back to you guys in the booth.
So the new speed secret, the driving suit. Apparently we got a little speed tip there from Martin Kremers, but Danny Formal with a new driving suit getting a half a tenth on his teammate and making him a little bit faster out there. So that's pretty good stuff. But coming all the way from Australia out here to race in the US Pro Kart Series, that is a competitor right there. And you're looking at some of the top drivers in the world here this weekend at the Orlando Kart Center for round one of the US Pro Kart Series, brought to you by MG Tires, Barbecue Pros by Marks, and Miami USA East. The US Pro Kart Series round number one launching its 11th season in existence, started in 2013, and it's just come such a long way. But quite frankly, this was a series that hit the ground running. They had, I think, between 150 and 200 entries at their very first race. So they were poised to be successful, and they've been successful ever since. It's been a really strong program and continues to be, led by Mark Coates and a great staff, a great team that's been with them for many, many years. And, boy, it just shows here this weekend with all the drivers, top-level drivers here, competing for the top spot on that podium Sunday afternoon when we run our 24-lap finals. Early in the going for happy hour in KA100 Sr, another one of our large classes, the 983 of Christian Miles. We got the 902 on the screen right now. Christian, a 57.802. The 902, that's Connor Ferris. We just took a look at there. Connor Ferris now a 57.441. So Connor Ferris in the Kart Republic, kart number 902, is pretty quick out there as he just turned quick time in the third lap. So we got our eye. We'll be watching Connor. And just a good competitive group out there. Colin Lloyd now up. Colin in the 916, a 57.278. So 57.278 for Connor Lloyd. There's the 916 of Colin Lloyd. And now Christian Miles. Boy, it is just nonstop changing as these times get lower and lower into the 56-second bracket. Christian Miles in the 983 leads that group of karts on screen right now. PJ Lyda in the 909, a 57.048. He's in the hunt in happy hour. Brandon Lemke, one of the USPKS veterans, many-time champion in USPKS. He's sitting third in the 910 with a 57.117, followed by Connor Ferris and Anthony Rivera. That's your top five. Colin Lloyd, Braden Robertson, Mick Gabriel, Alex Feldstein, and Geronimo Gomez-Aza. That's your top 10, a separation of 0.3 of a second. Your top 10 drivers in KA100 Sr. How is that for a competitive class? And it's the 916 of Colin Lloyd, 56.899. Here comes Brandon Lemke. 56.886 in the 910. Christian Miles bounces back. He responds at 56.611 in the 983. Christian Miles on the point. Quick time of 56.611. 4 laps in this happy hour for KA100 Sr. It's Miles, Lemke, Lloyd, Lyda, and Connor Ferris. That's your top 5. Competitive group out here in KA100 Sr. It is going to be a wild one. Christian Miles, a 56.611. So Christian Miles right there. Now remember, I believe this is only the first of 2 groups in this KA100 Sr. So we got another group coming out here as we near the checkered flag on this one. It's Christian Miles, your fastest, 56.611 in the 983. Connor Ferris, Brandon Lemke, Colin Lloyd, and PJ Lyda. But Christian Miles has been consistent lap after lap and looks like he may hang on to the top spot as we wind this one down. 56.541, his last lap, his quickest. Brandon Lemke about 0.2 off with a 56.741 in the 910. But that lead group cutting some really strong times. Josh Campbell sneaks up into the top 5 in the 926 of 56.801, followed by Connor Ferris and Colin Lloyd. But they're all chasing that Cosmic Park kart from Paloma, Illinois. Christian Miles with a 56.541 leading the way through our first group. Xander, these guys got to business pretty quick out there. They've been turning some great times, and this is a highly competitive class. Top 10, 0.2 of a second separation.
Not a surprise at all here. KA100 Sr had some of the biggest fireworks we saw all the way through last year. So you're watching a big group of them with Christian Miles right in the middle of it on that brand new lid there with that MDR BJR Orlando Norris kart headed down to turn number 1 right in front of the Orlando Kart Center and USPKS sign. He's trailing Nikolay Dukov and I believe Logan Mueller as well. He'll go by Dukov here into turn number 4, make the pass, try to get himself a little bit closer to some clear racetrack. But just as much as it's important in this session to run by yourself, get yourself a good lap time. Of course, the slipstream can benefit some as we see problems here. This is what you don't want to see in happy hour. There is the 958. That is Peyton Phillips, I believe, and he is one of the biggest contenders we were expecting to run at the front of the field this week. And with a DNF here in final practice, that is going to send him to the slow group for qualifying, which you can still fight your way out of, Randy, but it's so much harder because you go out first, you lay some rubber down, the next group gets the benefit of a more rubbered in, more gripped up racetrack, and as we've been told throughout the day, right now is probably the slowest time of day. As you go later into the day, the track cools back off. That rubber goes from slippery to when it cools back down, nice and grippy, and you go faster. We'll see times really pick up, of course, in qualifying due to new tires, but a lot of drivers went new tires here for happy hour, and you'll see a 2 to 3/10, maybe even 4/10 of a second swing for qualifying, just because that track will all of a sudden cool back down, because when it gets really, really hot and the rubber's laid down, that rubber, which normally would be nice and grippy and make you go faster, becomes like ice, and it's just slipping and sliding. It heats up, and it's just not sticking that car to the ground as it normally would.
And we're making some serious adjustments. Chassis, tire pressure, driving style, braking points, when to get on it, when to get off of it, when those track conditions change like that. So it's not just all about the speed. It's a test of the driver's ability and what he can communicate to that team when he gets back to the paddock to say, listen, here's what it's doing, but we both know what it's going to do later in the day, as you stated, Xander. And so they got to make those adjustments to remain fast enough to get a good starting spot for tomorrow.
Well, Christian Miles, again, being 2/10 up with his 5th lap over this first of the 2 groups is very promising. Brandon Lemke on that Millwright Racing Tony kart, new chassis tubes for him for 2023. Talked to him and caught him and his dad in the lunch line earlier today over by the Veras Racing steak truck, and he said that, well, it's not so much anything in particular of wanting them to move away from the Merlin chassis that he's had so much success and really put in the spotlight. It was more than anything just the fact that all the drivers that he's continuing to coach and set up through his own driver development program back home in Wisconsin are aboard these OTK chassis karts. And he said, I didn't really know what to tell him when it came to chassis setup. I knew my Merlin was fast, but they wanted to drive something else, so now I'm going to drive something else, so I've got better feedback for them. Because that's a lot, again, what we see so many of these drivers here on the national stage do. It is expensive. It's tough to get to this level. There's a lot of days off of work and everything, but the branding and exposure you can get from running at the front of these top-level classes, especially your KA Senior, your X30 Pro, and, of course, your Pro Shifter, you've got a big brand following when you go back home, and you can make some side money developing and coaching new entry-level drivers of the sport. And that's what Brandon Lemke, Braden Eves, Danny Formal, AJ Myers, Ryan Norberg, of course, has launched his own official Norberg Karting Academy here at Orlando Kart Center. So they all go home, and they're able to take everything that they've learned over the years and the branding power they have by being a front-running driver at the national circuit and learn and coach the next talent. And for Brandon, that's all that switch really is. Going to a different chassis, nothing specific, no big politics or anything. He just wants to really be better equipped to help train the next generation.
And what a concept. I think it's just amazing, and it's really awesome that you see these drivers. Obviously, they're making a living at it, but they're giving back. They're sharing their knowledge and bringing those drivers up. And you can learn bad habits real quick, and it's hard to get rid of those bad habits. When you got someone like a Ryan Norberg that can teach you not to do this but to do that, and when to bear down and when to back off, and sometimes slower is faster. Those are all things that sometimes it's hard for a young boy or girl to understand. But when you get somebody like a Ryan Norberg that's been there and done that, it's like, oh, wait a second. Yeah, okay, I get it now. So pretty good stuff. And our second group of KA100 Sr out onto the track now. But, boy, a good run there by Christian Miles. And we'll see what this other group has. We've got Brandon Lemke. When you talk about Brandon Lemke and A.J. Myers, you mentioned earlier about all the races he's run in the USPKS. Brandon Lemke, I remember running as a cadet in the beginning of the series, and he's worked his way and been a winner all the way through, but worked his way from cadet to juniors to seniors to winning championships, and certainly one of the great drivers in this series. So Brandon Lemke, not only a great coach, a great tutor to these young people, but a pretty good shoe himself. So he's going to be out there contending for this KA100 Sr win, along with Christian Miles, Josh Campbell. Connor Ferris was really strong. Nick Terlicke now is up into 5th with a 56.820, so he snuck up in the top 5 in that last session. So we'll wait on some times to roll in on this second group to see who's quick. Right now they're just getting their times logged in. But good run out there by Christian Miles in the 983. He's certainly going to be in that quick group when it comes to qualifying. And we'll see what else we have hitting the marks here. We've got Noah Rosser. He's quickest so far in this second group as they get up to speed. 932. He turned to 57.985. We'll see what his next lap is as we look for some of these second group drivers to work their way into the top 10 to 15. Right now it's Rosser the quickest in the second group, followed by Tanner Bunny. And now we've got Vince Mescalis in the 912, a 57.067. So he's pretty quick on his third lap. He's up into the top 10. We've got Finnegan Bailiff at 56.945 in this second group. Kart number 949, Finnegan Bailiff, 949. He's on the TKG Kart Republic KR2 out of Batavia, Ohio. And Finnegan will be top 10 right now with a 56.945. There's the 942 out there. And that is, getting an ID on him here in just a second. Finnegan Bailiff up to 7th. Braden Eves up to 9th. Braden is also in that second group. David Weeks moving up the charts. Finnegan Bailiff now up to 6th with a 56.843. There's still 0.3 off of Christian Miles in that first group. Finnegan Bailiff and Braden Eves and Adam Brickley all in the top 10 on their lap times for this happy hour in Group 2. But those top 5 from Group 1 are still holding steady. Bailiff is 6th. We'll see if he can get a little bit quicker. But track conditions could be getting a little slower as the day rolls on and the heat continues to beat down on this track surface. Will have a tendency to get a little slick, a little harder to negotiate some of these tighter corners here at the Orlando Kart Center. All chasing that Christian Miles lap of 56.541. Finnegan Bailiff still the fastest in this second group. He's 6th quick with a 56.843. Finnegan Bailiff in the 949. Braden Eves, Noah Rosser, Vince Miskelis.
Oh, we got the problem in turn number 1. The USPKS inflatable has fallen onto the racetrack, so that's going to slow everybody down and red flag this session a little bit early, which, again, this is, anything can happen, any red flag can happen, but what this throws drivers off for is the tire pressure, of course, Randy. They set it to do one continuous run. Now they're going to sit around. This might call their session early. I don't think they'll do that because I don't think we were deep enough into the session. I mean, Braden Eves and company, they got only 4 to 5 laps in. They still had half the session to go, and so they're going to hope that they get another 4 to 5 laps to get themselves in a good qualifying group, but we'll see as the USPKS officials make their way out onto the circuit and try to get us all set back up to roll again.
That reminds me of an old saying. There's something you don't see every day, Xander.
Yeah, you could say that again, Randy. There's a lot of stuff that can happen at a racetrack that we've become accustomed to seeing, but the inflatable coming over, it's windy here in Central Florida. It may not look like it. We're not down at the coast like down at Homestead Miami Speedway at AMR Motorplex. We're not over at the PK Race Park at West Palm Beach. We're in Central Florida, and it's still gusty out of nowhere, and it's been that way for the majority of the way things go. So no surprise there, but yeah, wow, crazy, crazy stuff.
And our crack USPKS crew getting a pull back off the circuit so we can go green again. But, yeah, something you don't really plan for, but obviously prepared for about anything. And the USPKS staff is prepared, holding the drivers on the track right now. Fortunately, this was happy hour, so although it's critical, it's not as critical as qualifying or a race.
Agreed.
So hopefully we'll get these guys back out for a few more laps and see what they can do. But currently, the fastest driver is Adam Brickley with a 56.826. I say the fastest driver, Adam Brickley in the 920, is actually 6th quick in the field, but of this second group, he is the fastest. Noah Rosser, 56.859. Finnegan Bailiff at 56.843. So Christian Miles, Brandon Lemke, Josh Campbell, Connor Ferris, Nick Terlicke, they've all been in that first group, and then you get into the second group of Adam Brickley, Finnegan Bailiff, Braden Eves, Noah Rosser, and we're back under power again, so we got a few more laps for these drivers to log in some times. But Christian Miles holding steady with that 56.541. The closest anybody has come to him in this second group is a 0.3 difference with Adam Brickley.
Yeah, so there they go. We'll see Braden Eves. He's trying to make himself a new gap there, whereas Noah Rosser and that Team Felon GWR Red Speed going the opposite. He wants to be the first one out because he knows the clock does not stop ticking. At this point here, it is trying to make sure that you get those tires back up to temp and cleaned off in case you ran on any dirty parts of the racetrack so you can make a couple more runs because you're wanting to get yourself, as we mentioned, into that fast group for qualifying. So he leads a couple TKG Kart Republics, including Finn Bailiff, along with that privateer, Tony Kart of Vinny Miskellis. Miskellis headed through the sweeper here. Adam Rylance on that BJR MDR Lando Norris kart right behind Finn. In fifth in line in the black suit and bright blue and yellow Lando Norris kart. And there's the whole train headed down the back straightaway. So everyone in line hoping the driver in front of them goes fast enough to tow them around and doesn't back them up on a good lap here as they all work their way out of the back hairpin.
We've got a freight train with just a couple laps left trying to get the best time they can possibly get in this session for happy hour for KA100 Sr, our second group. But this class is 57 strong, so one of, if not the biggest classes this weekend for the US Pro Kart Series. And some of these drivers are not just vying for position, but they want to make the show. So it's going to be pretty exciting heat races tomorrow. You don't want to have a DNF in those heat races because it could cost you certainly a good starting position and in some cases maybe even making the show. So Christian Miles right now looking in pretty good shape. He's got to be one of the favorites in qualifying coming up a little later today. And then we've got Lemke, Campbell, Ferris, and Terlicke. That's all from the first group. Adam Brickley trying to gain a little ground on that top 5 group, but hasn't been able to do it as we've got a pack of about 20 nose to tail out there in a large draft trying to bring it up to speed and cut in some better laps. Haven't seen it yet. We're still about a 0.3 of a second margin between the two. And no changes yet. We've got Adam Brickley in 6th. He's the fastest in Group 2. And we're looking at this thing winding down here pretty quick. But KA100 Sr on track right now for their happy hour session. KA100 Sr sponsored by the MDR Mike Doty Racing Group. So I want to thank Mike Doty for his sponsorship of the KA100 Sr class. Still no changes to that top 10. Christian Miles, Brandon Lemke, Josh Campbell, Connor Ferris, and Nick Terlicke, the top 5, all from Group 1. Then it's Adam Brickley, Finnegan Bailiff, Braden Eves, Noah Rosser, and Vince Miskellis. That is your top 10 running order in happy hour as we near this last few laps for this happy hour session. And we've got X30 Jr coming up next. So X30 Jr will be the next group on the track. Another nice group of drivers there. Checkered flag comes out. And no changes. So Adam Brickley, quickest in Group 2, will actually end up in 6th for happy hour with a 56.826. But really doesn't matter a whole lot, as you mentioned, Xander. And we got 972. That's a tough break for Aiden Shimbosh off track in the 972. So he's going to be certainly in the slow group for qualifying. But that first group will be led by Christian Miles in the 983, turning a lap of 56.541. Brandon Lemke, Josh Campbell, Connor Ferris, Nick Terlicke, your top 5. Adam Brickley, Finnegan Bailiff, Braden Eves, Noah Rosser, and Vince Miskellis, your top 10.
Yeah, so we'll see here what it looks like so far for qualifying with everybody as the next set gets set to go. X30 Pro Jr Happy Hour, one full group of 29 to 30 total drivers here. Right at the entry list mark, of course, they were trying to get a last couple bit of entries in as it is 30 drivers needed for the X30 Pro Jr and Senior classes to qualify for that cash purse. 20 drivers needed for the Pro Shifter class to get theirs. These X30 Pro Juniors right on the cusp of it. You'll see a lot of names you may have seen earlier in the stream in KA100 Jr getting double the track time in the Semi-Pro 100cc class and then the Pro 125cc division as well, with 30 horsepower restricted motors, of course, for the 11 to 15-year-olds here in this one. But we'll wait and see how everyone shakes on out here for this session. Of course, again, the first out on the racetrack, Enzo Vidmontian on that Motez Sport Paralyn, Leo Escorpioni on the Zanella Racing Tony Kart, second in line. Emma Scarborough right there, third in the group as they'll head for turn number 5. Begin to turn some lap times underway and continue to roll here for happy hour.
Ernesto Rivera, 55.095. Quick time so far in X30 Pro Junior Happy Hour. Stephen Miller, Enzo Vidmantien, Diego Ardias, and Leonardo Escorpioni are your top 5. 55.095, the time to beat in Happy Hour. Winding this one down. We were 5 laps in the books. Teddy Masella in the 7.25. Now quick with the 55.007 as the drivers are flirting with that 54-second bracket. And sure enough, the 7.04 of Ernesto Rivera. 7.04 Ernesto Rivera, a 54.987. 54.987 for Ernesto Rivera. He's quick. Teddy Masella, Diego Ardias, Stephen Miller, and Enzo Vidmatien. Your top 5, followed by Jackson Molney in 6, Max Taylor, Leonardo Escorpioni, and Diego Giat, your top 10. But Ernesto Rivera, a 54.987, the only driver under the 55-second barrier, a 54.987 for the 7.04 of Ernesto Rivera. X30 Pro Junior on track for their happy hour session. X30 Pro Junior brought to you by Franklin Motorsports, longtime sponsor of the US Pro Kart Series. Franklin Motorsports, your sponsor of the X30 Pro Junior class. Happy hour currently led by the Cosmic Kart Ernesto Rivera in the number 704. Beautiful purple machine. Ernesto Rivera, the Cosmic Kart from Mercury, Puerto Rico. 54.987, the only driver in the 54-second bracket. Teddy Masella runs second. Stephen Miller, Cameron Brinkman now up to 4th. Quick time and happy hour. And Diego Ardias, your top 5 running order. Happy hour for X30 Pro Junior. This will establish the qualifying group. In this case, they may run everybody. Let's see, there's 29, so they'll probably run everybody in one session. But it does give them an idea how quick they're going to be as qualifying comes up next after our drivers' meeting. So we'll have qualifying live on Kart Chaser starting at 3:46 with a KA Jr qualifying session on through the field. So still a lot going on here at the Orlando Kart Center. Race number 1 of the US Pro Kart Series. It is the Southern Grand Prix.
So on your screen here is a few of the front runners we expect to be up front as the checkered flag comes out onto the circuit now. Ernesto Rivera's time back on lap number 6 looks like it should hold as the last few drivers come across the stripe and whip it into turn number 1. Again, in total here, 29 drivers in the X30 Pro Junior class. Rivera's time just 200ths over his teammate Teddy Musella. And there they go across the line. Musella leads the train. Max Taylor at the tail end of it is in 9th, and a number of his teammates in the middle there. Diego Ardiles goes into 5th. And Jackson Wolney into the 8th spot. So Rawlson Performance Group firing on all cylinders in X30 Pro Junior. Rivera, Musella, Ardiles, Wolney, and Taylor, 5 out of the top 10. Of course, mixed in the Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic, Stephen Miller from Tierra Verde, Florida, Springfield, Illinois, Cameron Brinkman on that, Brandon Jarsicrack Racing, Mike Doty Racing, Lando Norris Kart in 4th. Leo Escorpioni and Enzo Vidmontien got a couple laps at the end there to go 6th and 7th. And then again, Caleb Campbell on that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed rounds off the top 10 with 3/10 to find. So still decently packed at the front. A top-heavy X30 Pro Junior class comes to a close. We'll take a commercial break now and come back with more action headed your way here as we roll through final practice with X30 Pro Junior all wrapped up. KA Masters with a heck of a debut at 25-plus entries is headed your way next.
when the drivers are out for happy hour and when they're actually going for qualifying. So I just looked at a glance, X30 Pro Sr. An X30 Pro Sr. came off the track around, well, actually they're on the track now, I shouldn't say that. But Mini Swift come off the track around 3 o'clock. They're going to go back out for qualifying at 5:22. That's a 2-hour difference in time from when they came off the track to when they go back on. Major changes to the setup, to the track conditions. You mentioned earlier about, you know, the temperature, the humidity, so on and so forth. You just can't say, well, we're fast, I guess we'll just put it up on the rack and we're ready for qualifying.
Yeah, at minimum, you're trying to shoot it with tire pressure, right? I mean, we're expecting maybe, you know, at the most a 5-degree temperature swing from 3 o'clock to 5:30. You know, it could just be a couple degrees on the air temperature, but whatever it is on air temperature is amplified, of course, by the sun beating down the racetrack versus not, and just in general, that track temperature is much, much higher. So a 3 to 5 temperature swing in the air temp could be a 10 to 20-degree swing on the track temperature, and that is, again, where they're really trying to set the tire pressures. We saw in Pro Shifter Happy Hour, Danny Formal only completed 3 laps. He wanted to peak early, make sure he got his qualifying down because it is a short qualifying session. Only 3 laps for each group, whereas in many classes, including this one, everyone's continuing to get better lap by lap and will go faster towards the end of the session at lap 7 or 8. And that's fine if you're going for a heat race, more mid-run setup, but a short-run setup where you've got to peak at laps 2 and 3 in qualifying, really lap number 3, you're trying to really hit a very, very small moving target. And I say moving again because it's going to be a different place to hit the peak on lap 3 in right now at 2:33 p.m. versus later in the day at 5:30. That'll be a much different tire pressure, maybe a half-tenth drop, but at the same time, again, you peak at lap 7 or 8. You think, all right, we'll leave the pressures the same if the kart came in. That's a common term, of course. Coming in, that's when we're saying we're hitting our peak pressure, when it performs the best. If it hits that peak section of the racetrack and session late here in Happy Hour, you may leave it the same and run that to try and peak early in qualifying with just 3 laps on the boards there. As we're seeing again, everybody went quicker on lap number 4 that time. Martin Stone went quicker. Here he goes for lap 5. That'll be the first time he doesn't improve. He's got Mike Rollison leading him around on the racetrack. The captain of the Rollison Performance Group camp is leading that group of 3. And saw Mike a little bit yesterday afternoon going out for practice. Said he wasn't sure if he was going to race or if he was just going out here for testing to log some laps and help out on the data side for the RPG Cosmic camp. But he said they were chasing something. I said, well, I'm sure you'll figure it out. He said, yeah. We'll get it figured out. So they were missing some speed earlier. Right now he looks okay, about a 10th and 3/4 off, but the driver they've really all been chasing is Danilo Romalo, and that U-Race Tony Kart. He's not in this group of 3 here headed back to turn number 8. He's a little bit further down. There's Mario Barrios going by with Alex Doncho and company. It's new colors for Danilo Romalo. We're so used to seeing him in that Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. He's in the bright orange and white Tony Kart colors on the U-Race machine. There he is coming out of turn number 8. So Danilo Romalo, a different atmosphere this weekend, different camp. It's a very Brazilian-oriented race team. Of course, the Brazilian driver, that's probably got to feel a lot like racing at home, but driving for Italo Silveira and the reigning USPKS X30 Masters champ, sporting that national #1 plate. Has been on top, it seemed like, nearly every single practice session here coming into final practice today. Now, he just got bested by Martin Stone on lap 6. Let's see if he goes better. He does. He won't be enough to keep the top spot, though. Stone at a 57.837 will be enough to hold it. 300th to Romalo. Alex Doncho on that MDR BJR Cosmic is 3rd. Make it 4th as Nicky Coelho goes quicker. The Midwestern-based Merlin driver out of Dalesman, Wisconsin, home of the Franklin Motorsports Factory Merlin team, just set the quickest time, and you can see him making a pass, so maybe a little bit of a slipstream or tow benefit for him, and he's got a good shot to do it again as he trails Miguel Mir headed into this turn 6 sweeper. So let's see what the black and white Franklin Motorsports Merlin of Nicky Coelho can do on lap number 7, because that'd be a big improvement. We saw Nicky Coelho quite a bit throughout 2022 at the Route 66 Sprint Series and, of course, the US Pro Kart Series. His pace was solid. I wouldn't say it was maybe dominant, but this is definitely one of the better timed session runs we've seen from him so far. It's been a cool journey for him, getting back behind the wheel consistently on the national scene in Masters competition, along with many drivers joining him as a return here at the US Pro Kart Series event in Orlando. But for Nicky Coelho across the line, what does this lap look like with a pass? You wouldn't think it'd be quicker. It was not. In fact, while he went slower, lap 7 was the best for Danilo Romalo. He retains that top spot honor there at a 57.737. So it's Romalo over Coelho, Martin Stone on that independent Lando Norris card in 3rd. Alex Doncho ends in 4th. Laurentiu Mardan ends in 5th here for KA Masters Final Practice. The Mini Swifts getting set to go for their final session as well here on the time charts. And Mini Swift, while it is a massive sold-out class of 46, all 46 will hit the racetrack. It'll be the biggest grouping of anyone for both practice and for the qualifying sessions, as well as the classes above that 30 mark. Pretty much every division here, as we've got a sold-out field all the way through. Pro Shifter, I believe, might be the only one where they could run them in one group. They'll still divide them in two at just under 20 entries at 18. But 2 groups for Mini Swift will mean 23 karts on the racetrack for qualifying. That doesn't seem like a big number on a racetrack with a 50-plus second lap time, but you can definitely hit some traffic where some of the other divisions, like the 100cc classes, they'll only see about 15 to 20 drivers on the racetrack. And just the extra couple cars on the circuit, Randy, that could make a difference. You get one driver on your good lap, on lap 2 or lap 3, and all of a sudden your qualifying session kind of goes out the window.
Exactly. Nicky Coelho used the drafting ability in that last session, I think, to perfection, but couldn't quite make it on that last lap and got overtaken, but certainly one to contend with. And coming out of a lot of history, Dousman, Wisconsin, and the Badger Car Club up there, just a strong group. And Nicky has certainly a lot of history with that club and been racing. The Coelho family has been synonymous with racing in the Midwest for many, many years. So good run by Nicky Coelho, and he'll certainly be a contender this weekend in the Masters class. Mini Swift coming onto the track now. In the warm-ups today in the Mini Swift class, Lucas Palacio, Marco Samet, Felipe Jesus Benito, Cameron Marcia, and Jackson Tovo were all quick in one time or another. They were all within 2 to 3 tenths of a second. They were the drivers fast in the warm-ups today, and we'll see how that translates out to happy hour and on into qualifying. A couple more categories left. Mini Swift on track. The X30 Pro Senior will follow Mini Swift, and then we'll have the drivers meeting, and then go into our qualifying session. So a large group of drivers coming out now in Mini Swift, as we've not got them all on the track. Now we've got a few more coming out.
Yeah, we got a jam up there. 2 drivers have hit the pit wall exiting the circuit here in their session. Already having a blemish on it before they can even get underway. As you can see there, the USPKS officials doing what they can to clear the racetrack. Now they've got to hold some because they were trying to wait to maybe go out a little bit later in the session and get themselves, some better track position. But now once the track got blocked with a few drivers hitting the wall, they're going to lose a lap here in final practice, which shouldn't make a big difference. But with so many drivers going quick on lap 7 or lap 8 on their final lap, that could be the difference of going to the fast group or having to start in the slow group and be the first one to hit the racetrack for qualifying. So it could make some serious impacts in the way the session cycles on out here. But Lucas Palacio, he's not experiencing that. He in that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic was one of the first drivers to hit the circuit, so he's gone quickest at the moment over Michael McGoy. Kai Mars as well on the Kart Republic and the Lucas Palacio kind of privateer camp. They've got the TKG liveries under them, but pitting on their own. Lucas Palacio and Kai Mars and Aiden Levy. A 3-car kind of single-car operation at the same time, Randy. Pretty cool. No big tent. Nothing extra special. They got some great coaching, of course. But beyond that, it's just them getting after it, dad and son.
And then the mix-up we had on the grid with the drivers coming out, we saw the 109 of Rocco Simone being pulled back to the pits, and I think it looked like possibly the front end was jammed up a little bit. So tough break for Rocco Simone in happy hour. Hopefully he can get it back up and turn in some good times for qualifying.
Yeah, hopefully he can get that thing all sorted out here. Here's Palacio in that 102 TKG livery Kart Republic, the supported driver, again, working his way all by his lonesome right now. So he's just looking to put a good lap in with some clean air. We talk about the slipstream effect. Well, Orlando Kart Center has that long straightaway to turn number 9 and that long front stretch as well. So there is a benefit to running with other drivers, especially in the lower horsepower classes like the mini and the micro slips, where you've only got 9 horsepower to work with. So you top out on power pretty quickly. But here's Antonio Pizzon-Yanito. He's also by his lonesome in that Ursuline Racing Para
Parolin. So he'll exit turn number 5 here and head for 6 through the sweeper by himself. The quickest, neither of these two drivers actually. It's Tyrone Kemper Jr., the New Orleans, Louisiana native, to the top on a 1-minute 3.52, a 60.352 for Tyrone. I believe he should be on the energy chassis here this weekend as we try to find out where Tyrone Jr. is on the racetrack here as he heads on through. That right there on screen, that's Edward Kennedy in the Nash Motorsports Energy, headed over to turn number 3.
Tristan Murphy in the 1:11, second quick out of College Grove, Tennessee on the Nitro Kart. Ethan Tovo, Marco Samet, and Jacobo Alejandro Vega Esquivel.
That was a tough one right there. Good one, Randy. There's
got
Tyrone
it.
Jr. there. Yeah, so right in the 141 energy kart in that black and orange suit and that black and red helmet. He's in the middle of a swarm. My goodness. In the mix of that there, that looks to be Marco Samet on that MDR BJR Orlando Norris kart, and a few more. Ashton Woon on the Super Tune USA Parolin. And it's somewhere in the mix, I think might be not Michael McGoy. That's one of the PK Sports North America Sodi karts. The new Sodi Kart USA official factory race team has brought a big contingent here to Orlando, and they've got a handful in the mini and the Microsoft classes with the likes of Josh Bergman and company. So that might have been him on screen. But Tyrone Kemper Jr. Still quickest, a great 60.352. Max Christia next best on the Motaz Sport red and white Parolin. And we'll pick up a few more here headed over into turn number 4. There's a look at Max Christie on that Parolin number 139. So he's also in traffic right now, getting the benefit of the slipstream, but worrying about traffic to slow him down on a lap. Anytime they make a pass, that's at least probably a 2/10 drop on the lap time that they'll go a little bit slower at best. Again, it could be a little bit more where you take more time to find your way around drivers. So at least at this moment, he's got himself into a 3-car pack. Should be safe. Tristan Murphy still looks good. Cameron Marsha on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart looking good. Here's Tyrone Kemper Jr. He's, again, still in the middle of that pack. Hasn't been able to break free. Ashton Woon's been leading him forward. Here's a look back to Max Christie and company. They're nearly 3 wide out of turn number 9. But there's the 114 of Cameron Marsha leading him. So here's two drivers that currently sit 4th and 2nd. I think right now here, this lap they're about to start, Cameron Marsha and Max Christie, if they could put their heads together, could be a burner for them, Randy.
You know, we talk about getting through traffic, and you'd mentioned about when they lose 2 to 3/10 of a second. If you can catch that traffic on the straightaway and draft by, it's actually an advantage. But we saw instances here where these kids were getting 2 and 3 wide in the corners during their session, and certainly you don't want to do that in qualifying, because that will definitely, even though you're advancing and getting around some drivers that might be slower, it's slowing you down overall on your time to get that done.
Yeah, definitely slowing them a little bit here, and we'll see at least at this point they've got no traffic on the front end or the back end. In fact, Marsh has actually pulled away a little bit as he tries to close up to one of the Tovo brothers in their family-sponsored class, the DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift Division, with their own private race team. The Tovo Brothers Racing has a lot of expertise underneath it, and at the moment they're currently 8th and 9th for Jackson and Ethan, the brothers. As they come across the start-finish line, here's a look across the stripe for Cameron Marsha and company. And Christia, where do they go? Well, not enough. They're going to drop down actually a little bit. Both of them falling back. Marsha that time actually went better, but it wasn't enough to go any bit better position-wise, as there goes the 150. That was in what looks to be the final corner. So the 150 Parolin machine will try and identify who we had just go for a ride in the spin cycle over there. That was Alexander Young down in 45th on the Nitro kart, my mistake, in the Ryan Perry Motorsport camp. How about Fion Shi in the 153 machine? Has gone all the way to the top of the board. Fion Shi on that Tony kart out of Montclair, New Jersey, with a good run here as the checkered will fly. Lucas Palacio comes by the stripe. He will not crack the top 10 for now. He stays outside. Tyrone Kemper Jr.'s early lap time still has him 2nd overall. Here comes one of the Prime Power Team PSO Karting Bureau Larts, trailed by one of the energy chassis, and we'll send a bunch more now across the timing loop to see if anything else shuffles. It's Julian Rivera with a great run on the AKT Racing Team Energy. He just crossed the line, and there we go. Finally getting their act together, boys. Max Christia, Cameron Marsha, P1, P2. They'll get split by Michael McGoy. Marsha marches them around. Heck of a run for the 114. He's hot off a big-time win through his performance last weekend at the CK&A Spring Nationals in Charlotte. A very active winter training season for Cameron Marsha, and it pays off with a great run there as he tows Max Christia around, and the Georgia native from Buford, Georgia on that Motez Sport Paralyn, having a strong start to his 2023 campaign in some winter championship rounds, and now he kicks off the US Pro Kart Series by going quickest in final practice. Michael McGoy second, Marcia third, Julian Rivera's good lap time, the Colombian living over in Miami Beach, Florida. I may be mistaken on that out of Julian Rivera, and my apologies if so, but the Miami Beach, Florida-based driver in the 134 for the AKT Racing Team fourth. Fionn Shee out of Montclair, New Jersey, again rounds the top five over Kemper Jr., Tristan Murphy, Antonio Pizzonianito, who is again one of the drivers we mentioned running by his lonesome for a lot of that session, Royce Vega, and Felipe Jesus Benito. And as we shift our attention from the mini-slips on the racetrack down to the starting grid, X30 Pro Sr is getting set to go. We've got to wait a few moments as, of course, this massive class has backed up the scale line just a little bit. They've all got to go and meet the minimum weight requirements because if anyone comes in underweight, then they will be sent to the tail end to the slow group on the results. So it's important to get them all weighed and post-race tech inspection, check fuel, check tires, and check everything else that the officials may want to take a look at to keep everyone in compliance. But they'll look to the big viewing stand above for a little more info, and the drivers will make their way in a few moments. While they do, it's a perfect time for another word from our partners here. Live on Kart Chaser, you're watching opening weekend for the United States Pro Kart Series here at Orlando. We'll be right back.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Once again, I want to remind everybody to stop by the
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Hi, I'm Sean Bailiff.
Welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center, and we're live looking at the X30 Pro Sr 40-plus driver field, one of the biggest fields
we have seen here in the last probably 12 months, the biggest beyond the Super Nationals. Maybe this event last year, we had over 60 forming an LCQ. They are just under the cap number to go to a last chance qualifier, so at least all in the Franklin Motorsports X30 Pro class will transfer in. But boy, oh boy, Randy, we were talking about it before we went live. So many storylines to unpack from the standard 11th year of the headline division in the US Pro Kart Series with X30 Pro Sr. You look back at the final practice before the lunch break, of course, lots of notables from there, but we've got a lot of new names and new faces, old names in new places as well. A big, big rookie class here beginning with this weekend. Here's a look at Diego Ramos there, and then a bunch of different teams all working together. Ryan Norberg's got his RPG Cosmic Train line behind him. Donovan Bonilla broke through, got a first career Pro National win just earlier this year in Miami. He's here in second as he enters once again to Orlando in line. Diego Contagious had some speed as well. Laurent Legault was quick in one of the early practice sessions as they work their way over to turn number 9. But last year, it was the beginning of a near complete series sweep for the national number 1. Ryan Norberg collected his 7th Pro National Championship, the most in the modern era, and the dominant driver for Rawls and Performance Group re-signed once again to continue here in 2023. Joked with him a little bit at the end of last year as the season went on about, man, I'm getting a little bit old for this stuff, but hey, he's still right in his prime, and until he gets knocked off the top step, I don't see him getting out of the driver's seat anytime soon. How about Mateus Morgado joining us here stateside for quite a bit of racing this year? Last year, we only got to see him in the Winter Championships and in Vegas season for the one-offs at the end of the year. But the PSL Karting Bureau Art driver fully signed with PSL for as many North American starts as he can make. He'll only miss maybe 1 or 2 SCUSA Pro Tours or US Pro Kart Series events, but he's going to be here, and he's here this weekend on that Bureau Art. And the last time he came to Orlando, he was dominant. So he's looking to hopefully turn it up on what's been kind of his adopted home turf. The Brazilian having a great relationship, kind of like a second fatherhood and second family, and Ariel Castro and the AM Engines and AM Racing team, and that's who he's got powering his PSL Karting Bureau Art machine as he heads down to turn number 1. One of the many drivers we expect to be up in the order, and at no surprise, one of the most picked drivers on the KC Fantasy League as well. We look up the road for him to find some more as he begins to get things underway. The quickest driver early on aboard the DAP kart. It's Arias Duke-Medjin on that Chad Dawkin Racing entry. The 302 making his return to the national scene after 2 years of spending time on the European circuit with a number of different car starts from all the way up to FIA F3. Arias Duke-Medjin linked up with the package that had him so successful throughout the 2021 and 2020 seasons, scoring multiple Pro National wins and contending for championships. He's got longtime tuner Daniel Tate on the wrenches this weekend, and the CDR DAP kart was one of the quickest throughout the early practice sessions. He sits quickest right now, although he'll get bested by Aiden Ingrata on that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, who closed right up to his teammate just up the road for him, Paulie Massimino. Massimino will let him go. And now the RPG Cosmics will jump up the order as Norberg and Donovan Bonilla go to first and second. And a big off for one of them. I think that was Laurent Legault dropping a tire over in turn 3. He'll drop back and find some more space, as will Donovan Bonilla. And just behind them is Brandon Carr, who went to third on that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart.
And transitioning into the senior class, Caleb Gaffara on a Trinity Kart Republic. Caleb will be running the Pro X30 Series, X30 Pro Senior class this weekend, and he's trying to sneak his way up the ladder a little bit. He's in some real fast company right now, but he is 15th quick. His last lap, 53.854. Caleb about a half a second off. Watch this right
here. Oh, sorry, we were just going to hate to interrupt you there, Randy, but we got a lot coming into the scale line. So we saw Danny Formal do a mock qualifying run in Pro Shifter qualifying. Look, that scale line's full. Ryan Norberg is in the line. Donovan Bonilla's pulled in. Duke-Medjin is in. Gaffara has gone in as well. So a number of drivers come in, hit that good lap on lap 3 or lap 4. It was the money lap, was lap 4 for Norberg. He's best over in Grata. Bonilla, lap 4. Brandon Carr is still digging for a little bit more, as is Diego Ramos, who's currently on your screen, trailed by the newly signed TB kart, or at least American start. First one that I believe we've seen here in a couple seasons, if that, for the TB kart driver that I will identify in just a moment. He was down, that's in 12th, sorry, Ellie Goldstein there in the 306 machine out of British Columbia, Canada.
So you've got a strategy of simulating a qualifying run. and yet you got drivers that have stayed out on the track for the full session. What would the logic be behind that versus just running a qualifying run and coming in?
Well, again, remember, tomorrow, right, we've got 3 different heat races, so you got 3 sessions where this longer run trying to peak on lap 7 or lap 8 is going to be more crucial, whereas today, Zach Kleiman to Mello, getting out there in that International Motorsport Lenzo kart, and the scale line continuing to fill up. A little bit of chatter going on there coming into the scale line.
I think there might have been a teeny-weeny bit of contact there.
Yeah, just
maybe
a little love tap coming on in, but yeah, it was. We'll see what they say about that one. I don't think looks like they're just sorting that out, trying to figure out what we had. But Aiden Rudolph is in as well. One of the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony karts. That's Cooper Shipman's pulled in. Lucas Nanji is in. About half the field's already pulled off the racetrack here in this one, as the checkered flag will now fly for Ingrata. He does not go any better. In fact, no one improves past lap number 5. Ingrata's 5th lap, a 53.52. But to answer your question, Randy, about the logic of running the full session versus just treating it like a mock qualifying session here, obviously the mock qualifying session, they're going to put new tires on in happy hour, and they could run those tires, still be really, really close to where the race should be throughout the warm-ups on Saturday and Sunday. So, you're going to get a close look at that. But this is the time of day tomorrow when Heat 2 is going to be rolling out on the racetrack for X30 Pro Senior. So it's not a bad time to do more heat testing if you feel confident in your short-run pace. If you feel like you need a little more for qualifying, you'll do more of that one-lap speed run that we saw for Ryan Norberg, for Bonilla, as well for Diego Contagia and Arias Duke-Medjin. Come in, go out, run lap 4, lap 5, hit your money lap, and then come in and look at the data to kind of set yourself up for later in the day. So that mock qualifying run, it's good, obviously, because you're putting on new tires. You know you're going to go into the fast group. However, you do rob yourself of 3 sessions worth of testing with heats 1, 2, and 3 tomorrow, because the warm-up session on Saturday is going to be, again, a completely different racetrack and a little bit shorter than those heats. Happy hour is always the longest session of practice typically, so the closest you'll get to running that full 12 or 14 lap heat. I believe tomorrow it's 12 laps for the majority of classes, and then the pro classes indeed 12 as well. So 12 for everybody in the heats tomorrow. They're running anywhere from 7 to 9 in these practices. If you peak on 7 or 8, you feel pretty good in terms of shooting the middle for the heat races tomorrow. So that's just the difference of strategy. Some drivers trying to get the most out of the car, look for more long run speed to set themselves up for 3 points paying sessions in the heat races. But for those running the short run, they're just trying to get a good starting lineup. They'll deal with their heat race setups as they come and really just get a good starting position, because it'll start you for all 3 heats. And what's also new for this year here, Randy, with not only the weekend structure being adjusted, but the points have been adjusted as well. Qualifying used to only pay to the pole award winner 10 points. It now pays 50 points to the pole, and it's 40, 30, 20, and 10 all the way down to the top 5. So qualifying in the top 5 used to just mean a good starting spot. Now it means extra points towards your championship. Then, of course, the heat race is a good amount of points up for grabs there, and then 300 points for the main event on Sunday, equaling everything else into the weekend. But the heat races, you got a lot more points for grabs there. That's what sets your grid, not your qualifying for the main. So going for the heats, you're getting a little more value, you would think, especially racing at this time of day. But it's all for naught if you can't get a good hot lap in for qualifying. So that's why I think you see the top guys in that session going for a short run deal and trying to get themselves a good lap in. So that's really the difference there. A long-winded answer, but a difference of going for either a heat setup maybe for this time tomorrow, or just, again, prepping yourself for later in the day with that short run qualifying setup.
So one more question. How do you prepare for 26 laps?
That's tricky. No one's going to get a long enough session for that, right? All you can guess is maybe by your final heat race you go out, or, again, a warm-up on Sunday, try to hope that your last lap is your best lap and the kart keeps getting better, but it's shooting a bit blind, that's for sure, Randy. I mean, these are, again, 7 to 9 lap practices. It'll be about 6 to 8 laps in the warm-ups at the most. So you go for 26 laps. Number one, that's just a test on driver stamina alone. You're talking nearly a 30-minute main event. That's as long as we ever see in the pro national scene. So that's going to really test the driver on fitness. It's going to make sure that they can also mentally be aware to not overcharge the tires early in the session. We've seen it so many times throughout 2022 where Ryan Norberg, the most dominant driver, was not the quickest in the first half of the race. He might get swallowed up, but he took care of his equipment, was able to go a lot easier, and luckily, of course, he normally started on the pole right near the front, so he didn't fall too far backwards. And then when everyone else went out charging out of the gate, he had plenty of time to reel them back in and run them back down. So you just try to guess where you think you should be, but you definitely do not get a good test session before that main event to go and see what your car is going to be like over a 20, 25-lap run.
Exactly, and of course we're talking about Sunday for the main events, 26 laps, and the most they run on tomorrow will be 12, so that's going to be a marathon on Sunday, a test of driver stamina, a test of the setup and when does the car come in, and certainly staying clean. If you're not leading, then you're working your way through the field somehow, and if you got to work your way through because you had bad heat races on Saturday, it's one thing, you've got to be aggressive, but it's another to be too aggressive and knock yourself out.
Well, they've all got at least a little time to think about all that and think about their qualifying setups as we've got a short break coming underway here now. We'll leave the live stream up so you guys can keep tuning in and sharing. Qualifying's coming your way, kicking off with Group D for KA100 Jr at 3:46 p.m. local time, so that is right about 25 minutes away. It'll give me and Randy a little bit of time, maybe get a snack, get some water. Hopefully all of you tuning in can do the same, and we'll see you guys when we get underway to set the grids for all of our heat races tomorrow. Stick with us or take a break and come right back at 3:46 p.m. The drivers' meeting here, of course, getting set to get underway at Orlando Kart Center over here by the grid in just a few moments for those here in town locally. It is finally time. Qualifying getting set to get underway here from Orlando Kart Center as we are live for opening weekend of the US Pro Kart Series. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage live on YouTube. We'll be live all day today to finish out, then a full day of action from 9 a.m. to all the way to 6 p.m. local time tomorrow here on the East Coast. And then we'll go live around 9:35 a.m. Sunday morning for KC Premium members. For the last chance qualifiers and then the main events. BBS Race Engines KA100 Jr. Been a minute since they were on the racetrack here, Randy. Back all the way at 1:40 p.m. local time, so nearly, actually more than 2.5 hours, almost a full 3-hour difference from when they were last on the racetrack at the peak heat of the day. Now we're starting to kind of get closer and closer to that twilight sunset hour, and the track definitely going to be a good bit different here with 3 extra hours to sit.
A lot of changes, track conditions, temperature, tire temperatures, everything. There's a lot of variables there. They've got to hit the right combination in order to adjust and set a quick time in these new conditions. It's been about 2 hours for each of these classes as they come out since they've been on the track. So the ones that come to the forefront are going to be the ones that made the right changes, and some of them will miss the mark and have to battle it out tomorrow, working their way through the heats.
Yeah, we'll, again, keep an eye on the time charts as we can. You guys can do the same as well on Race Monitor, but Race Hero giving us a little bit of hiccups here on this Friday afternoon, so we'll keep you posted on how quick everybody goes. To give you an idea of what you should expect here from qualifying, well, a couple classes, KA100 Jr., presented by BBS Race Engines, one of them, Mike Doty Racing, KA100 Sr., the other, both have exceeded their class limit for the main event. They are upwards of 55 plus, looking towards 60 total drivers, which means they're going to be split into 4 groups for qualifying and 2 different flights throughout the different heat races. They'll go through qualifying with groups D, C, B, A, all kind of divided in quarters from their lap times in final practice. So what you're watching here are the slowest quarter from KA100 Jr. Happy Hour. It doesn't necessarily mean they may be slow drivers. We saw a lot of drivers with issues in that final practice session, that maybe a broken part, a mechanical failure that kept them from running all the laps. Then, you can still qualify at the top of the order with going out in Group D, but it is a little more advantageous as the day goes on. The track cools off, the more rubber gets laid down as everyone goes brand new sticker MG tires for qualifying to have that opportunity. So we'll see what it looks like for KA Junior's first group, and then from there, they're divided into groups A, B, C, and D again for the heat races, and in that case then, what they'll be doing is kind of playing a round robin for all 3 rounds of heats. So if you end up qualifying first or then 5th, as it go A for first in qualifying, B for second, third is the leader of Group C, and so on, and you'll play everyone or race against every other group. At least one time you'll race everyone in your group, all 3 heat races, and the aggregate, the overall total points you score from your finishing results in heats 1, 2, and 3 will decide whether or not you get to transfer automatically into the main event on Sunday, or if you'll be having to race your way into the main here in the last chance qualifier. The top 40 in points will automatically transfer. It'll make about an 18 to 20 car last chance qualifier. The top 6 from that LCQ Sunday morning will get to play in the main events later on that day. Here as the first couple times come in, John Antonino on that Tesoro Raceworks CRG is your quickest, back from lap number 2. Asia Torres, one of the first to cross in lap number 3. But the 870 of John Antonino, you'll see him work his way towards the final couple corners, and this will be a good gauge of where this group is, because Antonino's been one of the quicker drivers throughout so far this year in his sophomore season in the 100cc junior class. Here he comes across the line, and a 58.144, nearly 3/10 clear of the group. So that's one driver that we imagine will slot somewhere in the midfield, maybe a little bit further up, but a bad practice session put him in Group D. So now they'll quickly let them make their way into the scale line. They'll send the Group C drivers onto the circuit, and then if any drivers break down in Group D or Group C, they'll take a moment to clear the racetrack and send the recovery vehicle out in between Group C and D and Groups B and A. But again, this is DCBA, so you're talking drivers that were back maybe anywhere from 57th to about probably 42nd or 43rd. Now we're going to see kind of the the third percentile a little further back, maybe around the high 20s, back to the upper 30s and low 40s, the next grouping, and then you go all the way up to the top 15 or 16 or so that transferred or that were the quickest in final happy hour with that merge. Also, you know, again, there were 2 groups for practice, so we talk about the track being maybe a little bit better for that second group. Well, it's a benefit if you were randomly assigned to the second group in practice to put yourself in a good group for qualifying. But nonetheless, it's still a level playing field. Anything can happen. And now, as we can see, they're strutting across the racetrack. USPKS Race Director Blake Hunt getting set for another session to go. So John Antonino, Santiago Duran, Asia Torres, Indy Anderson, Alan Bonilla, Espinoza, the top 5 as we wait for the field to be released. And they are going to be released one by one. One other part, of course, Randy, this is something that's kind of been more in the last couple years of the US Pro Kart Series that we got to witness with you coming back to the program in 2022 is they're gapped coming off the pit lane. However, once they're on the racetrack, they can do whatever they want. If they want to reset that gap, so long as they don't impede another driver, block their lap, or get in the way.
A lot of fishtailing back and forth, trying to get those tires warmed up, but on the verge of looping it, a couple of them getting it sideways there, so let's hope they don't do that. But they're all getting on the track now with a nice gap, and as you said, they may find a buddy here or there that they can cozy up to and get a tow down that long straightaway to get a higher speed and a better lap time. So we'll see how that develops. But our second group going onto the track right now, taking the green flag.
Yeah, so they'll begin, and again, just 3 laps, like we talked about so much at the end of that X30 Pro Senior Final Happy Hour, the importance of being able to just go and turn a good lap time. Is this a problem for Salvador de la Vecchia there? And that number 816 San Antonio Racing Lando Norris kart, he spins it around as they were trying to warm the tires up. He'll do the same on the opening lap and throw this lap away as he just tries to build some temperature and get those pressures up to where he wants them to be. So awkward start whenever you spin at that point because you're flat spotting on those brand new sticker MG tires that you might just kind of hurt your qualifying run a little bit, and it rattles you too. I mean, the mental game is so key in qualifying, Randy, because it really is one shot. Sometimes you have a second lap that's pretty good, but for the most part, it's building up, and then everything's got to come together perfect on lap number 3.
And a world of difference between having a row 1 or row 2 starting spot in the heat races tomorrow versus starting in the back and having to battle your way through just to get that starting spot on Sunday. So qualifying very critical. And as you said earlier, Xander, also carries a nice amount of points.
Yeah, 50 points to the pole man or woman in qualifying, all the way down, paying to the top 5. The first time we've seen any series in a long time have that big of a weight in terms of championship points on qualifying. We're watching a few in this group here go around. Here is a look at one of the Rawlson Performance Group Cosmics. How about local boy Teddy Musella and what could potentially be his last full season in the junior ranks before graduating up into KA and or X30 Pro Senior. He's running double duty this week. Was decent in the X30 Pro Junior class, but he was not so good in KA100 Jr. He's on a good lap right here, though, trailing Max Weiland in that Magic Kart USA Factory Magic Kart, and I think he felt like he was getting a little bit too close to him, so he's going to slow down and drop back. Interesting decision from Teddy Musella, but obviously he felt like he had more pace left in it, gave himself a new gap, so that way he would not have to make a pass on that final circuit. Very, very key and heads-up thinking from Teddy Musella as they start the final lap now. And lap 2 for Justin Music in that Arcane Motorsports Tony kart has gone to the top. 57.981 knocks John Antonino off the board. Max Weiland splits Antonino from the rest of Group D. He goes into second. But there's Justin Music. He's trailing one of his fellow Arcane Motorsports Tesoro Raceworks CRGs into turn number 9, now. And he'll be only a couple car lengths away, so a good run here. Maybe a tow down the front stretch. If anything, the rabbit to chase is always good, Randy. Having someone just up the road that you can see you're making a little bit of ground up on gives you that extra bit of drive to kind of try and get a little bit more.
That draft is so critical as they close in, cross the line now, checkered flag out. In this second group, Justin Music, a 57.870, does carry the way by about 0.3 over John Antonino. But on the flyer, Max Weiland, a 57.644. Now quick time. Teddy Musella back to second. Justin Music, Jackson Wolney, and John Antonino. That's your top 5 running order. But Max Weiland now in the top spot in this second group. A 57.644 for the 818 of Max Weiland.
And across the line, last couple will go. Martin Ramirez moves up into the order. Salvador de la Vecchia, we saw that spin. He rebounds to go 4th so far. And so Max Weiland moves on to the hot seat. A 57.644 for the 818 Magic Kart USA Magic Kart driver. And he'll pull into the scale line along with the rest of the crew for Group C. That'll give us a moment. I don't believe we have any karts to be recovered on the racetrack, and with a little bit of a delay through the end of final practice and into the drivers' meeting has us just a few minutes behind the 8 ball in terms of timetable, so it's going to be ready racing. As soon as the track's clear, the next class will roll as we are just a few minutes back. That means Group B for KA100 Jr. presented by BBS Race Engines should roll in a moment. The engines will fire now, and we'll wait for our head USPKS grid official to release them. And here we go. So again, this is the drivers that were just below the cut line in final practice. Leo Escorpione, one of those. He'll lead him onto the racetrack in that bright yellow and black Tony kart for Zanella Racing. One driver here on home turf who could turn some heads here this weekend. There's the TB kart Speed Concepts Racing entry of Ty Fisher. Headed down to turn number 9 in the 837. You go back, you got a few of those Speed Concepts Racing red speeds. How about Caleb Campbell and company trying to get themselves going here in qualifying? We'll find a few more. There is one of the many Magic Kart drivers. That's going to be the 843 machine of Walter Jenkins IV, working his way into the infield S's aboard that T1D Racers entry, and they'll all make their way out to start the outlaps here. So differences, of course, as we mentioned, in strategy with the gaps. We saw a few drivers going slow, a few hitting the gas right out of the gate, and a few might try to look back and find a dancing partner in qualifying to put themselves in a position to get a good slipstream. Here's what a great shot of Leo Escorpione. Full throttle through that sweeper, up and over the curb at turn 7, around turn number 8, and he's going to lock himself in for what should be a really good couple laps here. He's got nothing but clear racetrack in front of him, and a little chip on your shoulder kind of mounts, Randy. When you're the first guy that misses the cut line for the fast group, you want to prove you should have been there, and that's what Leo Escorpione is probably thinking to himself right now. He wants to show himself with a good run and put himself in the top 10.
And nobody wants to just miss that cut because it's a world of difference when you're racing with and drafting up to faster karts versus a slower group. It is a definite advantage to be in that faster group.
Yeah, huge advantage here. Just, again, like you said, being able to draft around some of those faster drivers, being able to work with them. Escorpione probably came into this group thinking maybe he had top 10 pace, so there would be no real benefit for him to kind of run with anyone. As we had a spin there down by turn number 1. That was one of the SCR red speeds going around. I don't believe that was Alex Mercado, but I'm not 100% sure of who we lost there at the top of the racetrack. We'll identify that in a moment. Escorpione working lap 2 will continue to roll. There is Mercado just ahead of what looks to be David Ibarra in that Tesoro Raceworks Arcane Motorsports Combination CRG. Here's another one of the Arcane entries. Headed to turn 9, back to Ty Fisher. That Race Lab Karting, Speed Concepts Racing TB kart. And here coming on in, I think that is Mercado that may have, but I don't think he was the one that went around. But there is Alex Mercado and that 887. It may have been him there at the end of lap number 1. Look at how far down he is on the time charts. Meanwhile, 2 laps in, Escorpione already up into 4th. He'll quickly move his way forward. Mercado with a good second lap, so he was fine. It was one of the other SCR red speeds. My mistake. Mercado to 5th. Landon Skinner in the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Team GWR red speed for Landon Skinner. He goes to 3rd. Still, Max Weiland's best lap was lap 2, and it holds so far at a 57.64. Can Escorpione find any more? He's going to tune on that carburetor down the backstretch. I think he's got a problem here, Randy. I think the quickest driver from Group B fiddling with the carburetor, maybe a stuck throttle or a messed up throttle cable. So Leo Escorpione in the 801. He's got his hand over in front of the carb. He's doing one of two things. Either he's messing with the needles or he's not getting full throttle and he's trying to push it with his thumb. In any case, that'll take him out of contention for his last lap. He's 5th at the moment with 3/4 of the field being run, but they're going to all pick up more speed on lap 3, you'd imagine. So this is terrible for the Zanella Tony Kart driver. He'll pull it off to the side. Here comes the rest of the pack across the line. Mercado goes to 2nd. He'll get bumped by Landon Skinner. Max Weiland still holds for now across the line. Couple of TKG and Nash Motorsports drivers on through, and that'll do it. Max Weiland on that Checkered Motorsports Factory Magic Kart still tops the boards from Group C, so that's good for now. He remains on the hot seat because the fastest drivers are yet to come, but now, unfortunately, Leo Escorpione, by the way that it's all split up, not only does he have a disappointment in that session, but with Group B and Group A blocked together. He's got to sit on the sidelines, Randy, and watch the fast drivers go knock him further down the order. It just adds more time to the deflation.
And he's sitting in 6th, so he still has a shot, I suppose, to make that a good starting spot, but he's definitely going to fall down quite a few spots here when they come out with a fast group.
So they're going to push him off to the side. I think they may actually be able to push him over to the pit lane. Kudos to our awesome USPKS officiating team for helping Leo out. And, again, just nothing takes the wind out of your sails more than starting the weekend on the first session of it, qualifying, of course, and having a mechanical failure. So he'll get cleared off the racetrack. Group A will get set to go as we see the banner flags flying off in the distance. And live from Orlando Kart Center, once again, you're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the US Pro Kart Series opening weekend with KA100 Jr presented by BBS Race Engines. 3/4 of the field have laid a lap time down now, all the way back to 42nd. The top 14 still to come here, going all the way back to the quickest from Final Practice, the likes of Enzo Vidmontien, Emma Kate Scarborough, Stephen Miller, Sebastian Garzone, Max Taylor, Fernando Luque, Oliver Weldon, Chase Buscalia, one of the few last drivers to make it above the cut line, who got a good run in. All the top 14 from Final Practice release, and it'll be led off by the driver who capped it off. Fastest in Friday, or in the happy hour, Enzo Vidmontien, as they make their way down to turn number 9.
Fast group on the track. Max Whelan in a pretty good spot right now, even though he was in that second group, so he wasn't really that fast in happy hour. He's hanging on with that 57.644. Should have a good starting spot for tomorrow.
Yeah, that should put him pretty good. You think at the worst, right, Randy, he'd end up 15th because we only got 14 karts left to run. Might end up inside the top 10. Talking about our quickest driver from that first group, John Antonino. His lap time right now has him down in 18th, so he's still got a little more pace to find over the course of the weekend. He could get bumped down to outside the top 30, which is really kind of on the verge of that safe zone. Where that bubble spot is going to be P40 through the heat races, or really P20 in the heats. He'd start right now around the mid to high teens if this group passes him on up. As Vidmontien exits turn number 8, it locks his head down behind the steering wheel, heads towards turn number 9. Let's see what the fastest kid from Final Practice can do on that Motaz Sport Paralyn for his opening circuit around. As again, everyone at least gotten their outlap out of the way. Here he comes on into the infield chicane. The final few corners, he'll round turn number 13, hit that kink at turn 14, or turn 13, 14, and then on to the front straightaway. Vidmontien, head down, looking for lap 1. Where does it put him? The opening lap on the circuit for Enzo Vidmontien at the line. We'll wait and see here. A little update on our timing monitor. Not sure, we lost it there for a moment. We'll keep an eye on where they go, but Vidmontien looking strong on that 895 Paralyn. Eli Warren was quick. He finds himself in this group. Here's a look at Emma Kate Scarborough coming across the stripe for 2 laps to go in qualifying. All the way through turns 3 and 4. Behind her, a few other drivers to find, but let's keep an eye on Emma Scarborough. Last time we saw her live was over at the PK Race Park and Entertainment Complex in Loxahatchee, Florida. Scored her first career national level podium in the, I believe in the Rock GP Junior class, was a contender in the VLR Junior class as well. So the Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic driver had a full national season last year with Rawlson Performance Group, and I believe the year prior, and in what could be her final junior season as well, becoming one of the veterans in the division. Emma Scarborough looking for some good pace here in qualifying. Timing still going and all set and sorted, I believe, but just a bit of an issue on the relay, the live monitor. So parents on the fence line, don't freak out. Lap times are being recorded as they head down to turn number 1. White flag in the air. Max Taylor continues to lead a couple just up the road from Scarborough. So we'll update and keep ourselves on the know for where everyone else cycles through. Here's a look at Oliver Weldon on that JC Kart Racing karting team Hot Wheels Lando Norris kart, headed down to turn number 4. He was one of the last drivers to make it into the fast group in Final Practice. And a year that's really been defined, I think, by Oliver Weldon of maybe not so great qualifying runs, great drives forward in the heat races and the mains, and then just some bad luck here and there. As a whole, he's shown a lot of promise, much like his older brother Sebastian, who's set up for a full year of some Formula Car action here this season. And as they head down to turn number 9, we'll see if Oliver can put himself one good lap to get himself into the top 10. Checkers in the air now. Again, the time to beat was held by Max Weiland on that Checkered Motorsports Magic. You've got the fastest 14 on the circuit now, trying to beat him here as the flag will wave.
Checkered flag is out, still waiting on the relay for the lap times.
Yeah, it'll update here in just a moment. A 57:28 now looks to be the best time, which of course was better than what Weiland was able to get down to. So we have gotten a new driver at the top of the leaderboard from this group. That was to be expected, of course. It'll update again in just a moment. Meanwhile, let's take a look down at the grid. Pro Shifter. What a turnout it is for the Pro Shifter KZ class. The first time we've ever had this division at the US Pro Kart Series, first time any kind of gearbox class at the US Pro Kart Series. There's a veteran shifter kart driver, Jordan Musser, center of your screen on that PSL Karting Factory Bureau art. You see, again, on these go-karts, for those tuning in for the first time, you got front brakes right there on the front tires, and then a shifting sequential lever on the driver's right hand. On his left hand, you can see here with Colin Daly in that DR Racing North America DR kart, that left lever, that's the clutch. They'll use that to pull in on the starts. They'll go lock into the box in neutral, sit there, and then when the red lights come on, bump it into first gear, hold the clutch lever in, rev it up to full RPM, and then drop the clutch, release it just like you would in a pedal with a car. You do it with your left hand for the starts in the shifters. And now here again, the bump starts. They'll start in neutral, get a little running start, bump it forward into first gear, and then they'll pull backwards towards them to upshift every other step of the way. And they'll be released onto the racetrack now here. So we'll give you an update when we get a moment on our top qualifiers in KA100 Jr. In the meantime, looks like our relay has all been sorted, and Pro Shifter qualifying, the first of two groups onto the circuit now. This class will be the smallest two groups we see in qualifying, just shy of 20 drivers, but still, Randy, as we mentioned, on all of our Kart Chaser streams and all the pro national level events, this has been the biggest gearbox field we've seen so far in 2023, and the US PKS Series stoked at the turnout, to say the least.
Well, and just a note from our director of competition, Tim Coyen, and I'm sure with the support of series promoter Mark Coates, because of the turnout and support the KZ class has given the US Pro Kart Series here at the Orlando Kart Center for the Southern Grand Prix, even though the minimum requirement needed to get the purses paid was $20, they just fell shy of that. The series has agreed they will provide the purse regardless because they came so close in appreciation for the support that these shifter drivers have given the series. So kudos to Tim Coy and Mark Coates and the US Pro Kart Series for taking care of the shifter drivers, and kudos to the shifter drivers for showing up. And it may be a smaller class, but the quality of drivers in this class is through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, we've got on screen here factory Lenzo kart driver Giorgio Carrara. We've talked about the big three who were quickest in final practice there. They'll be on the racetrack in a moment. Carrara, talked to him at the end of happy hour trying to see what happened. He was the one driver we saw on our screen that had broken down with a couple laps to go in the session. He said, Randy, the engine just expired, and that was their primary race motor. So now doesn't really know what he's got left for pace in that International Motorsport Factory Lenzo kart, hoping to find a little bit here in qualifying and work his way forward, but not what you want on your weekend to blow up your best engine in final practice.
Well, and Danny Formal's teammate Martin Kremers said that the driving suit that Danny had was about 2 to 3/10 of a second quicker than the suit he had. So obviously there's a little bit of an added advantage there for Danny Formal with that sleek driving suit.
Well, quick update. They aren't teammates, though. That's a PSL driver.
Oh, okay. All right.
Just
sorry.
good buddies off
my
the
bad.
racetrack.
My bad.
But he's messing with him because if you talk to Danny, he says that suit fits him about tighter than it should. That's to say the least. Very thin, very breathable, but very tight.
It could be an aerodynamic advantage.
Could be an aerodynamic advantage. Could be anything. Could be Marian just talking a little bit of smack to his good buddy, the flying Costa Rican. So white flag in the air now. 2 laps completed. We're coming to complete lap 3. It'll show 4 on the timing monitor. Carrara is the quickest, a 51.008. Colin Daly is pushing himself to the limit here on that Factory DR North America entry. He was second below the cut line after practice, and Daly is pulling double duty. X30 Pro Senior and Pro Shifter, the only driver this weekend running both headline divisions. It's keeping him busy, testing his stamina. Let's see what he does on the final lap. Carrara across the line, 50.865. Daly, 51.276, 4/10 off on the DR chassis. So he ends up second. Vincenzo Saracino the reigning Stars Championship Series KZ Stars champion, making his USPKS debut in the Pro Shifter classes. Many drivers coming from all across the country here to help kickstart a new chapter in the US Pro Kart Series and a new decade, of course, year number 11 of getting underway. Jordan Musser ends in 4th there on the Bureau Art. Victor Jimenez on the Rawls and Formers Group Cosmic in 5th. Actually, Saraceno's final lap looks like it was a little better than Daly's, 51.253. There he was across the line late on that TB kart. So terrible final practice, turns it around, goes 2nd in the group. And the last one across, Justin Dittrich there aboard the Maranello. But while we've got them getting set to go, Pro Shifter Group 2 getting set to come your way, let's go down trackside here. Emery Lida's caught up with our first top qualifier. Emery?
Here with Stephen Miller, provisional pole sitter in the KA100 Jr category. Stephen, great start to the year for you so far. Just walk me through that qualifying and how were you able to get it done?
Everything went as planned. Tire pressure was amazing, kart was amazing, and we got the speed, and we got pole.
Got you. And a new format here for USPKS this season, 3 heat races and then a final on Sunday. Walk me through what your thoughts are on that and how your strategy is going to be as you start from the front in all 3 heats.
I didn't have to stay top 3. I have to stay in the front, and if I stay in the front, the final can go however it goes, you know?
Yeah, Stephen Miller already off to a nice start, gets the bonus for winning pole. He will start at the front of your 50 kart field in the KA Junior category. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery, again. So there we go. There's our answer, Randy, of who went quickest in KA Junior. Stephen Miller on that Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic. Fastest driver in qualifying. And now, Pro Shifter, the fast group. Group A onto the racetrack here. Let's go down here trackside for one more. Well, we'll go to trackside in a moment. Let's keep it going here for the Pro Shifter qualifying because this could be probably one of the more interesting qualifying sessions simply because, Randy, we see so many times when these Pro Shifter drivers hit the racetrack, the karts are heavier, you've got the 6-speed gearbox, so you're working with more horsepower. They might try to go 1 lap or maybe just 2, not even do the full 3 because their peak would be on the opening lap before the tires wear in too much. So not sure if anyone will go with that strategy, but Danny Formal was sideways across the line, so I think he may just go for at least a 2nd lap.
Yeah, they're going full song right now, but he was sideways crossing the line. I can't believe that's going to be his best lap. But they're all crossing the line now. We're under green with the fast group of the shifter karts, and we'll see what we can come up with. Right now, quick time is Giorgio Emiliano Carrara at a 50.865, but pretty safe bet. That's going to drop considerably with the drivers on track now as they head down that long straight into that sharp right-hander. And we'll see first lap times coming through here shortly, but Danny Formal leading the pack as they work through the inner part of the circuit.
Yeah, it's the big 3 up front. Danny Formal, Marin Kremers, A.J. Myers. So it's 3 of the best that we see week in, week out in North American Pro Shifter Kart Racing. Myers is all over Kremers here to start the session. He will go quickest out of the group so far. A.J. Myers a 52.503. But again, that was really an outlap for them. This could be the money lap. We'll see if Myers can go any bit better. The Florida native, closest really to Orlando Kart Center, really. You could call it a home race for him, even though he's relocated to Charlotte, North Carolina, to work for Tiger Manufacturing, the company owned by Mini Swift driver Kai Johnson, his father. And A.J. Myers, luckily, with a racer dad owning him, allows him to still get back behind the wheel and take some time off. And so he's here this weekend, right behind the factory Bureau Art of Marian Kremers. He's got a great rabbit to chase. He gets a little bit of a slipstream. They'll fly the curbing there through the S's. And out of the final turn, I don't think he got a good run there. Kremers might be a little better. Where do they all go? Formal, 50.394. He's going to go best so far, Danny Formal, by 200ths over Marin Kremers and a 10.5 to A.J. Myers. So Marin Kremers, Danny Formal looking to go a little bit more. Let's see what they do on the 3rd and final lap here in SRP Engines Pro Shifter. Kremers needs, again, literally less than a blink of an eye, 200ths to beat that guy in the blue and purple.
Danny Formal, a 50.394 on his, not his out lap, but his 2nd lap as they got up to speed. He is about 0.2 quicker than Kremers. 200ths quicker. I thought Myers might get a toe off of Marion Kremers, but it didn't seem to work that way. He's a little bit slower, and we'll cross the line now for that 2nd lap and see what we've got.
Yeah, final lap underway here. Lap 3, Formal across the line. The second real lap, as you mentioned. Not enough. Kremers, what a flyer. Marin Kremers, nearly 2/10 clear on the field. In fact, Formal fades all the way to third as A.J. Myers puts a heater together. He goes to second with a 50.324, but everybody chasing Marin Kremers and the national reigning #1, the current regular season national champ. For the first time, we'll have the opportunity to vie for 2 national titles here in Pro Shifter competition between the SCUSA Pro Tour and now, of course, the 5-round US Pro Kart Series. Kremers, Myers, Formal, the top 3. How about Karol Paszewicz in his Pro Shifter debut stateside, ending 4th? Hunter Pickett, a solid run there to 5th. Giorgio Carrara, really impressive out of that slow group. He slots into 6th ahead of, I believe, sophomore season for Talon Yockel and the 3rd Pro Shifter season, I think, part-time really action for Gavin Bailiff. Josh Conker ends 9th, Justin White 10th, Saraceno 11th, and was 2nd in that group. We've got Pro Shifter wrapped up. Let's go down trackside for more action and more intel here with KA100 Jr all wrapped up. Alexander Searle, take it away.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, I'm here with Sebastian Garzone. Sebastian, I mean, P2 there in qualifying. Obviously, it's been an up-and-down day for you so far, you know. Top 10 in both practices, but not really where you want it to be. You know, 4/10 off in one session, 7/10 off in the other one. But you found the pace, only a 10th off there in P2 for KA Jr. Just walk me through how your day's been so far.
Yeah, this day was fine, and we found the speed to the qualifying, and we are finding more speed to get P1 in Sunday.
Awesome. Yeah, one more question. Obviously, you're a 10th off a pole there in P2. Just what do you think you're missing there to find that extra 10th there to Ernesto, or to Stephen Miller, sorry?
I'm going to see with my team, and we are going to try and go behind him where he goes far, and then go.
Awesome. Yeah, Sebastian Garzone, everybody. P2 there and KA100 Jr. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Alex. Here again, you can see Emery Lyda in the background chatting with some more. Max Weiland was super quick through that qualifying session. He put a solid lap in to go from Group C to the top. But so far, Randy, 2 classes in, the pole man has come from that fast group. And, you know, it's really not a chicken or the egg type equation. These are the fastest kids through the final practice. It's not a surprise that they're the ones going quickest at the end of qualifying.
That's normally the way it's going to be. There's always that chance that a really quick driver had a rough happy hour and got put in the slow group. But even if he's fast, he's still got to get up and quick draft somebody that's got to have speed, and that's even hard to do. So that fast group normally is the ones that remain on top. But we've had some guys come through and get some good laps in those slower groups to give them a better starting position tomorrow leading up to Sunday's main events.
Well, now onto the racetrack here. The micros, the youngest drivers on the US Pro Kart Series structure, head on to the racetrack here, and they'll make their way around for the first group for qualifying here, the first of 2 headed down the start-finish line straight away, and a number of pilots that we haven't gotten the chance to talk about, we'll talk about a little bit here during this session as they all make their way through the bottom half from final practice with a really healthy micro class, 30-plus drivers in total. Again, a 46 drivers, sold-out mini Swift field. That's, of course, great stuff just for the future of the sport.
Yeah, most definitely. This is a strong class. All the junior classes this weekend are really strong, which is always a good indication. We got a driver off down there. Get a number on him, but he's got a 22. Camden Clay in the 22. Loss of power. Camden's not going to get a qualifying run in. That is going to put him in a really poor starting position for the heat races tomorrow. So a tough break for Camden Clay out of Panama City Beach, Florida on the Kart Republic Micro. Camden Clay will not get to qualify. Lost power off track for the qualifying session in Micro Swift. A quick update, and we're looking at times coming in here now, so we'll give you an update. Here we go. Maxwell Macha, 105.358 is quick time. Nicholas LaRussa, 105.404, only 4 100ths slower. Jake Manalio, and now it's William Roberts in the 88 up on top with a 105.157 in this first group. Maxwell Macha, Nicholas LaRusso, Jake Manalio, and Lawrence Pierman. Mika Baruch up to 5th, a 105.901. But a 105.157, quick so far in this first group. Still have a a few more coming out. The faster group yet to come out, so we'll expect some pretty solid times out of them. But right now in the slower group, William Roberts in the 88, a 105-157 the time to beat. And let's send a trackside for another interview.
All right, standing here on the after qualifying here with Max Weiland. Max, you're in the second slowest group, made it to the top 10, a fantastic effort. Walk me through it.
Yeah, I had a problem in happy hour. I was a little slow, and I'm like, you know what? Screw this. I'm gonna go fast. And my team helped make a monster car. I go out there, first lap, not that good. Second lap, not that good. I gotta put my head down, and I gotta get a pretty good lap. Then I go out, and it's P7 lap. At the time, it was first for that group. Then the next group, I'm still P1. Then on the last lap, I go to P7. But it's okay. I was pretty close, and I'm still in the fight for a podium. And for me, being 11, I'm one of the youngest here. So it's a good moment to know I'm beating all these kids.
Yeah, and Max, we just saw AJ Myers in the background. Obviously, with the Magic Car Group, you have a lot of people helping me. Talk me through who you'd like to thank for this effort.
Yeah, my whole team's so happy because I'm new to KA, and then they realize I get good results. They're like, yeah, you did it. And I gotta thank the team and my sponsors. Thank you so much. I gotta give this to you guys. Thank you.
Very happy Max Weiland. He will start 7th in your KA Junior heats tomorrow. A fantastic effort for the young KA Junior rookie. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, Xander, I'm going to tonight after we close up. I'm going to go online and I'm going to join the Max Weiland fan club because that kid just exuded energy and enthusiasm, and that's half the battle. So God bless him. He had a good run, not as good as he wanted, but he's prepared tomorrow to take it a step further. And you know, unofficially, I'm going to be pushing for him tomorrow because what an enthusiastic kid.
Yeah, man, that's so cool to see, right? To see kids with that much fire and enthusiasm out of them. So we've got them down. And how about his teammate, his elder statesman, veteran, and pro shifter, AJ Myers is down with us after what was an up-and-down qualifying. He at least is going to find himself on the front row with a solid run. He's down with Emery.
Yeah, AJ Myers, maybe not quite exactly what you were looking for as you got into qualifying. Looked like you started out really well. Ended up in the second position, only about a 10th or so off of Marion. Talk me through your effort and how it's been going so far this weekend.
Yeah, first off, congrats to Max. This kid, that's great for him. I love it. And but the race qualifying, I've been missing a little bit this whole time. And looking for a 10th, 210s on these guys. It seems like I got a little bit better. Marion threw down a lap, but I think when we come to racing, I'm going to be there again.
Yeah, and obviously the US PKS format, similar to what we've seen at some of the bigger races, obviously similar to what Rock has as well, with the 3 heats coming tomorrow and then the final on Sunday. Just talk me through kind of your mindset. Obviously it's a different layout and first time running KZs at US PKS. Just talk me through kind of what you expected you go through with the rest of the weekends.
I just got to figure out if they're progressive or not. I got to figure that part out, but it's going to be us 3, I think. Carrara's been quick at times. It's going to be us 3, so 3 heat races, we don't crash. We're going to be racing each other in the final. And hopefully it's some really good close racing.
Yeah, well, it's not progressive, so static. So AJ Myers will start second in all 3 heats tomorrow. A great effort from him in qualifying, just a little bit short. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery, here. And again, AJ Myers, he's all smiles about that. Obviously, you know, one other part of this weekend, we talked a little bit earlier, Randy, about the drivers in the headline classes making a name for themselves, and as they get older, going home, giving back to their local communities and coaching. At the same time, with all the support classes, the KA, both the juniors, the minis, the micros, the KA divisions, the X30 and the pro shifter guys, they're on-site driver coaches and mentors and role models for them as well. So I'm sure AJ is obviously happy with a solid second-place result, but you could hear, I think that's about as happy as I've ever heard AJ Myers to not win a session, and that was obviously because Max Weiland, obviously, you know, his protege doing so well. That's so cool. Well, with, of course, AJ Myers, you have on the other end Marion Kremers here. The other half of the front row is down with Alexander Searle. And for Marion, I don't know if that could have gone any better. 10th and a half up on the field as the dust settled. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Marion, I mean, obviously, we talked after happy hour. You missed, 500th there to Danny. I asked you what you're missing. You said lighter shoes. You showed me your shoes for the session. You cleaned them up. So clearly you found the missing piece there. A 10th and a half up on the field. Just walk me through your qualifying session there.
Yeah, definitely. Got to thank you for that tip. Cleaned up my shoes, cleaned up my act, and yeah, had a good lap in there. So happy with that. The PSR bureau was hooked up, so yeah, looking for more tomorrow. I think it was nice having someone in front of me to chase, but happy to start off the front row and hopefully get off the jump every time and just check out from these guys.
Yeah, and obviously one more thing, it seems to have cooled down just a little bit. Obviously, it's got some cloud cover out. How much of a difference is the track from now to how it was this morning?
It's fairly similar to how it was this morning. For happy hour, it was a bit worse. It was greasy, it was hot. The cloud coverage definitely helped me, I think, with my setup. I don't know what it did for the other guys, but yeah, I definitely can't complain after this session.
Awesome. Yeah, Martin Kremers, everybody. A tenth and a half up on the field and Pro Shifter. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Alex. Marian Kremers has got to be happy with it. Can't not be happy when you have that big of a gap. And as we heard from AJ, they expect to be racing against each other just about all weekend long. Right now, we've been kind of tuning away on the interviews. Let's go back and keep you updated on the Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift class. We've just sent out the fast group. Nicholas LaRusso was quickest in Group B over William Roberts, Jake Manolio, Maxwell Macha, and Cameron Johnson. And now it's the top half from Happy Hour making their way out, starting the final lap. So lap 2 coming to be completed this time, and we'll see where everybody jumps up on the second lap. Great one for Aston Wyatt there. He'll move up the order on that BRLR out of Huntsville, Tennessee, or Texas, I believe. Let me take a look there. I believe it's Texas indeed. Huntsville, Texas, for Aston Wyatt, and that Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Speedy BRLR. He works his way out of turn number 5, and Aston Wyatt quickest. Just getting nipped, though, by Pasha Ali, who goes a little better. The rest of the field going to close up. Liam Nakawati closes in on that Parolin from Dallas, Texas as well. He goes to 3rd. LaRusso 4th, and Emerson Lane rounds off the top 5.
Micro Swift on track as they wind down here with the fast group. Getting some quick times in there as they climb their way up. Pasha Ali, as Xander said, now on the point with a 102.067 in the 42. Aston Wyatt in the 21, a 102.578. Liam Nakawati, a 102.651. Then from the first group, Nicholas LaRusso, a 102.679. So they're settling in now as the checkered flag comes out. Looks like Josh Bergman, a 101.783. Blistering lap on the last lap of the session. Josh Bergman, only driver in the 101 seconds, a 101.783, 3/10 quicker than now second Juan Diego Garciara, a 102.026. Pasha Ali, Parker Ives, and Colton Schneigenberg. That is your top 5. Through the top 10 qualifiers, Parker Ives, Liam Van Beek moves up to 4th. Parker Ives 5th. Schneidenberg back to 6th. Then it's Liam Nakawati, Aston Wyatt, Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres 9th, and Enzo DeGenero rounds out your top 10. Quick time, the number 4 of Josh Bergman, a 101.783.
Well, from that here, we go back down trackside for more intel. Let's send it on down here. Emery Light and Alexander Searle keeping it coming and giving us more information from down in pit lane. Boys?
Yeah, Xander here with Finnegan Bailiff. Finn, you've had a pretty good weekend so far. Looked pretty good in the KA category. Obviously, a little bit of an issue in Happy Hour just as a whole with that session, but still in the fast group. Walk me through what you're looking forward to into qualifying.
Yeah, hopefully we can just keep our momentum going. Hopefully we get the tire pressures right and just get that first place.
Yeah, and obviously Trinity Karting Group has a lot of karts under the tent of variety of different drivers. Obviously, Gavin, your brother's running in the shifter category. You've got Hayden Jones and Caleb Gaffera running in the X30 Pro, and then a few guys under your tent in the KA Senior. How's it been going as a team this weekend so far?
Yeah, everyone seems to be doing pretty stellar. Hayden and Caleb are in the front. They're really cool. They've been a big benefit to the team. So.
Yeah, and one last thing, talking about the format this year, obviously kind of different for USPKS. 3 heat races tomorrow, a final on Sunday. Does that change anything when you're looking at qualifying?
Not too much. I know we're going to have to play some more tire game, but other than that, I think it's pretty good.
All right, well, Finn Bailiff has showed quite a bit of pace this weekend. We'll see what he can do in his qualifying session coming up here in a little bit in the KA Senior category. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Emery. We'll take this moment here to take a quick commercial break. More qualifying coming your way as Micro Swift is all wrapped up. The first of 4 groups to go here for KA100 Sr. We'll be right back. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Hi, I'm Sean Bailiff, owner of Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Motorsports Country Club has all kinds of amenities here. We have a 3/4 of a mile racetrack. We have a state-of-the-art clubhouse. Trinity Karting Group is based here as well. We specialize in driver development and new drivers all the way from 4 years old up to we have drivers that are 70 to 72 years old. So we can cover them all as far as racing. And we have probably one of the nicest facilities in the country with the clubhouse here, locker rooms, and then we can basically do it all. It's a one-stop shop with our kart shop in-house. We also host the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, which is a 7-race series throughout the summer months. And it helps groom drivers from the club level all the way up to the next step in USPKS and the SCUSA Pro Tour. We also have rental carts here, and we're opening that more and more to the public, so check us out on our website at mcckarting.com.
KA100 Sr on the track, our first group, which would be the slowest of the groups coming out. That would be our D group on track. Mason Surgener, Marlon Maldonado, Brian Garcia, Tyler Stevens, Michael Levitt, Alexander Delbon, and Spencer Mast, Tainer Bunny, and Christian Bevins. Those are the drivers on track right now. Mason Surgener early at a 59.912, our quick time. But again, we've got faster drivers through happy hour that will be coming up a little later in the session here. So we're getting some early times in this first group. One of our biggest classes, KA100 Sr. In fact, tentatively, I believe tomorrow we're going to see, Sunday, we're going to see a KA100 Sr last chance qualifier. The class is so big. It's actually 57 strong, so a huge class of KA100 Sr drivers. Alex Dalbon, a 58.966, now quick in this first group. Kart number 959. And let's send a trackside for another interview.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Peyton Phillips. Peyton, it's been not really the day that you've been wanting so far, right? Happy hour didn't go as planned. You're rolling off in Group B for this qualifying session. Obviously, it's your first time in a kart since SCUSA rounds 3 and 4, right? You didn't even show up until yesterday for practice. So you've been out of the kart a little bit more than a lot of the guys in the KA Senior class. So just talk to me. Do you feel as though you're behind the 8 ball a little bit compared to these other guys?
Yeah, for sure. Like happy hour, I thought we probably deserved more on that last lap. Just a bit of a shame the chain came off, but well, yeah, it's been good so far.
Yeah, and I mean, this morning you seemed like you had a lot of good pace, right? It was a little bit cooler as the temperature kind of rose a little bit for practice 2 and happy hour. The pace seemed to fall off. Do you think now with this cooler temperature coming back in, it'll come into play for your go-kart?
Oh, for sure. I think when it gets colder, I normally drive better. Don't normally overheat the tires as much, but it's qualifying here. It's 3 laps. You have to put it down on the last lap, no matter what. So we'll see.
Yeah, one more thing. Obviously, like I said, happy hour didn't really go as planned for you. Have you made any changes from happy hour to this qualifying session?
Just a couple. A couple that I think will help the track, help the kart during the track conditions right now. But you never know with this track. It's changing all the time. So let's hope it works.
Awesome, yeah. Peyton Phillips, everybody, rolling off Group B here for qualifying for KA Senior. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. Here, Peyton Phillips, obviously, as he mentioned, unfortunate the way things unfolded for him in qualifying, however, or in a final happy hour, but he at least will get to roll off. Here's a look at Braden Eves in that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. One driver that was surprising to find in the slow group, however, he was one of the top 5 in qualifying. There's a look at the MPG Motorsports camp. Chase Jones along with Chris Olds and a lot of the team. He's got his father Keith there along with him, and they were all watching their main man Braden Eves here in the class try to put down a heater. He did. 57.376. 8/10 better, Randy. That should hold up decently well to the rest of the pack.
Yeah, that's a case where he definitely deserved to be in a quicker group, but his happy hour just wasn't what he wanted it to be. But he made the most of it in qualifying, and you'll see him, I think, stay up. It wouldn't surprise me if he stayed in the top 10 when all the groups get through here. Awfully quick in that first session, the 9:44 of Braden Eves, as our second group comes on track.
That just getting intel. He was light in the scales in final happy hour, so that's what sent the 9:06 into the slow group. But nonetheless, Braden Eves at least proven this time. Hopefully the weight will hold up and he's all good. Live timing here again is on Race Monitor. I believe also on Speed High for the official results as they're uploaded. So you can keep an eye over there. We'll keep working on hopefully getting a live leaderboard maybe up tomorrow if everything with Race Hero can get all sorted. In the meantime, let's go down trackside for some more intel as KA100 Sr Group C gets onto the circuit. More drivers from Group B and A towards the pointy end of the grid are down with us. Alex and Emery.
Thanks, Andrew. Here with Nick Terlecki. Nick, kind of a struggle for you so far this weekend, but you found quite a bit of pace in the final practice, ended up putting yourself P5. Walk me through your weekend as a whole and what you found in that last practice.
Yeah, so really haven't been running around the other fast guys and been struggling with getting the temps to be where we need and with the airflow, so it's just been a little bit of struggle, but able to get it to work and then got myself into a really good group of fast drivers in the happy hour, so then I was able to get the speed that I've been looking for.
Yeah, and this is a track that you had a lot of success at last year, obviously coming home on the podium on day number 1 at this very track, at this very series. Tell me through some of the differences between this year and last year, and if there's anything that you've kind of changed in your approach and as well as out with the kart.
We definitely did a kart change, moving over from the Merlin to the OTK, but both very good chassis, and we're hoping to see the same results from last year with the new chassis.
Yeah, and now talking about this week, you've gone through quite a bit of track changes over the course of the weekend. Track has gotten a little bit hot, a little bit greasy, now cooling off a bit for qualifying. Has that played in your mind when it comes to setup changes on the kart and sort of making adjustments, or just kind of the same box setup?
Not so much kart changes, more so driver changing. You know, just got to back the corner up a little bit. Really don't want to overdrive with those greasy corners because got to keep the kart with you and try to roll as much speed.
All right, well, Nick Terlecki, he'll go out P5 in the fast group coming up in just a minute as we see the rest of the KA Senior guys back on the track. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery. Let's get an update here, Randy, of how things have stacked up. Braden Eves and Joey Botting were quickest in Group D. Now Eves' teammate, MPG Motorsports' Henry Wheeler, joins him at the top of the order.
Josh Hotz moved up to third, Orlando Wheeler, and now Cooper Shipman up to second with a 57.624. Braden Eves still hanging on to the point with a 57.376 through the field. Cooper Shipman currently second. Josh Hotz, Seamus McKendry, and Logan Mueller. That's your current top 5 as we work our way through this huge KA100 senior field. But right now they're still chasing Braden Eves with a 57.376. That time will probably hold, I would say, through this session on to the next group. So Eves with a pretty good shot at a decent starting spot in the heats tomorrow. Cooper Shipman, a good lap at 57.624. Still about 0.3 off of Braden Eves. Josh Hotz, James Overbeck now up to fourth. And now Henry Wheeler, a 57.284, has jumped over Braden Eves. Wheeler on point now with a 57.284. And here comes Josh Hotz in the 982. He's quick time with a 57.216. Cooper Shipman, Henry Wheeler, Braden Eves, and Seamus McKendry. That's your top 5 as we reach the midpoint of our qualifying session for KA100 Sr. KA100 Sr. brought to you by Mike Doty Racing, part of the US Pro Kart Series. This is round 1, the Southern Grand Prix, race number 1 of the US Pro Kart Series 2023 edition, starting its 11th year in existence, the US Pro Kart Series. Josh Hotz, quick so far, midway through the KA100 Sr Qualifying. Josh Hotz in the 982 with a time of 57.216.
So with that here now, we've got 3 out of the 4 groups that have run. We're still waiting for the fastest drivers to make their way onto the racetrack, and here's a look at them as they're all getting set to go. The fastest couple, at least, still to go. That's halfway through, my mistake on the order. This is Group B going your way. Adam Rylance, one of the first drivers below the cut line, will lead them out. And a couple of big names in this one, Austin Jers. How about first-time national level winner Aiden Levy from when he got a first win earlier this year down in Homestead, Miami. Rookie standout from Texas entering his second full season, Braden Robertson, aboard that Arcane Motorsports DeSoto Raceworks CRG. Rookie standout, Elio Meza, the 2022 US PKS KA Jr champion. He'll roll off the grid in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. And here we go for the top half of the grid from qualifying. And Peyton Phillips, as we heard from the interview, a couple more changes trying to work on the setup here for the track conditions. Interesting to hear from him. He said they're going to make some adjustments. Nick Terlecki on the same brand of go-kart, an OTK chassis, saying, you know what, driver changes. We're going to leave it pretty much the same.
Josh Hotz, your quick time so far with a 57.216, but I believe we're going to see some lower times coming up here shortly as this second to last group comes out. So these drivers were pretty quick. This is the upper half of the KA100 Sr Qualifying group, the fastest half, so to speak. So these drivers are going to, as they come up to speed, they've taken the green flag now. They'll be cutting their first lap in just a moment. But that second lap is usually the lap that you really want to look for. As we see some of these drivers now getting in their early lap, they'll see the first time to cross the stripe will be coming up here shortly in this KA100 Sr class. And we can take a look at some of the those early times as they come in. But right now, the 982 of Josh Hotz is the time to beat to get to the point, and that time is a 57.216. So Josh Hotz, a 57.216. And drivers now coming around. They've took the green, and now they'll be waiting to go by for the second lap, and we see some coming in now. So we've got, looks like Peyton Phillips. We just talked to pit side. Peyton Phillips, a lap of 58.823. Keep in mind, that's their out lap, and that's always been a slower lap. So I think that's going to be reduced quite a bit. Lucas Szabo, the quickest on the out lap of 58.757. But as they come by for lap number 2, you're going to see those times jump quite a bit. Now we got Lucas Szabo up to 24th with a 58.757, but you'll see his time be reduced quite a bit. Peyton Phillips, one of the quicker karts on the track, as is Kinston Himes and Braden Robertson. So looking for another early sign of who's going to be quick in this session. And Szabo still hangs on to that top spot in this group, but still quite a ways back. And again, some jumping back and forth, but we don't see really a big change yet. Szabo's still the quickest, but he's got a long ways to go to get near the front. He's quite a bit off, and he is the quickest in this group. Josh Hotz, still the quick time of a 57.216. Nobody's got closer. Here, now we've got Elio Meza, who's come up there on his second lap of 57.328. So Meza has a shot. Meza in the Tony Kart out of Spring, Texas, the number 927, would have a shot at that top spot as close as he is. He's a 10th off of Josh Hotz. We've got Lucas Szabo right there now, too, with a 57.379. Aiden Levy, a 57.440 in this second group, pretty quick, as is Kingston Himes. But right now, Elio Meza would be the one to look at. And he didn't quite do it. Adam Rylance now actually is the quickest, the 57.325. Meza second quick. And there's Aiden Levy. We've got a new man on the point. Aiden Levy, a 57.033 for number 990. Aiden Levy, quick time so far in this next to last group in KA Senior.
And they're all on their final lap here as they cross the loop. So I believe Levy's final lap, that may have done it. They've got themselves all on through. He's still going to pull in. So, yeah, that was it for it. Checkered flag in the air. Levy was on top. Meza's final lap puts him on the top by 2/10. Elio Meza, nice lap there for the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart driver. And now he moves into the hot seat by 2/10 over Levy. Grayson Redson with a good run on that Techno Kart USA Tony Kart third. Lucas Szabo on the LN kart for BJR MDR. And let's go down to the grid here. Here's a look at Group A. Brandon Lemke in that Millwright Racing X-Spree trying to get himself some redemption. Last year here, Randy, Lemke got into it on track, had his airbox knocked off. He spent nearly the entire main event driving up into the top 5 with his right hand covering the airbox and holding it on the engine, and his left arm steering the go-kart. Phenomenal stuff here from the Wisconsin Wonder Kid. He'll be one of the top drivers we expect to be quick, although he was not the fastest in final practice. Josh Campbell on screen, neither was he. It was the Brandon Jarsacrack Racing, Mike Doty Racing, Lando Norris kart of Christian Miles, and he'll lead the fast group here onto the circuit as they all get released. There's a look at Finnegan Bailiff. Talked to Finn, said, you know what? Good to have the team. Good to have everybody joining us. It's a big Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic contingent here this weekend, but you can tell how focused he was on himself. He's ready to get out there and get after it in qualifying. And let's see what the 901 of Brandon Lemke and that Millwright Racing Tony Kart can do as he crosses the line to start his first of 3 laps right behind Christian Miles, 2 drivers that have already had a good bit of racing experience against each other at the fall of 2022. Miles' rookie season really begins here today.
The time to beat at 56.812 by the 927 of Elio Meza, Aiden Levy, Gratian Redzian, Lucas Zabo, and Peyton Phillips. That's your top 5 running order right now, but this is the quick group. Conceivably, you could see some times now that we'll get under that 57-second bracket. There's only 1 driver's in the 56s right now, and that's Elio Meza in the 927. Update, Braden Eves, who was quick through 2 groups, has fallen all the way down to 14. So as those quicker drivers, Xander, move their way onto the track, the drivers do get shuffled back quite a bit, and we're going to see more of that now with the fast group on the track. They're all trying to get into that 56-second barrier, and the Elio Meza 56.812. They want to better that to get the best starting spot for tomorrow. And chances are, when you think of Lemke and Miles and those drivers and Campbell, they will do that. They've been quick all day, and I think they're going to be quick in this session as well.
Yeah, I think they'll definitely get rolling here in this one. I would be very surprised to see none of the drivers out of the fast group really knock everybody down a notch. So Elio Meza should be happy with that lap time. If it can just stick here for the top 10, it'd be a safe place to start because, again, in KA Jr and KA Sr, they're all cut in half for the heat races. So an 8th place qualifying result, that really means a 4th place starting spot for your heats. And the same all the way down the order here as they all jump the curbing through turn 7 and this great low shot over here at a turn number 8. Taking them over back to the back hairpin turn 9. Then at the same time, again, if you qualify and tie the top 4, you've got a front row starting spot for every single heat race because we split them up, and then they only come back together with the best 46 come Sunday afternoon. White flag coming in the air, I believe, this time for Christian Miles. So 1 to go. Where does lap 2 put the field? Well, Lemke will go to 3rd. Miles will go to 6th. Meza's time was lap 3, as it was for most of the drivers up there, so no surprise there. How about Nick Terlecki moving up the order as well in that Hotstede OTK? But for Brandon Lemke, this right now has him 4th overall. Just a little bit more, 2/10 to be exact, to get to Elio Meza, or the rookie will score the pole in a stacked 57-plus driver field for KA100 Sr. They've all got 1 more lap again to beat him, but 2/10, it doesn't sound like a lot. That's a good bit in racing here. They're going to need to find on this final lap.
It makes you appreciate the lap that Elio Meza turned in. It's held on. The final lap coming in now in this fast group, and the B group with Elio Meza leading the way with the 56.812 is still holding on with a 2/10 of a second gap. And we'll see as they cross the stripe one last time. And first it's going to be Brandon Lemke. No, it's Christian Miles. 56.619 will be on the point for qualifying. Brandon Lemke, 56.799, about 2/10 off. Meza hangs on to 3rd as we wind it down.
Just got an update, Randy. Elio Meza light in the scales.
Oh, no.
He's going to go all the way to the rear. Again, you have to meet or exceed the minimum weight for the class, the driver and kart combined. And unfortunately, Elio Meza just a pound or 2 shy on the minimum weight, and he'll drop all the way from 3rd overall to down to 57th and have to start last in all 3 of his heat races. So long road forward. Elio Meza, what could be looking at a breakout superstar weekend in KA Sr and X30 Pro Sr. He's at least got the X30 Pro class still to go, but for the Iron Rock Tony Kart, it's a long way forward to the front, a lot more than what 2 positions should have been here as he ended 3rd unofficially.
And that moves Connor Ferris up to 3rd in the 902 with a 56.860. Aiden Levy will qualify 4th.
And I think Aiden Levy probably is a little more bummed about that than you'd think, Randy, because, again, these positions, they're their grid spots for the heat races. This track has a 180-degree hairpin for the first corner. You want to be on the inside. If Levy ended 5th and Meza's good, Aiden Levy would go 2nd in Group A, which means he's going to be on the inside lane for all 3 heats. Now he's on the outside of the front row for all 3 heats because he's in Group D, and it always goes with the higher qualifying driver getting the inside lane. So like Groups B and C, for example, Brandon Lemke, he'll start on the outside of Christian Miles one time to the inside of Connor Ferris and Aiden Levy his other 2 heats. But Levy, what looked to be really pretty, is now going to be a little bit trickier, even though on paper it's 1 position better.
Yeah, I could see that getting hung out to dry on the outside and losing 2 or 3 spots before you find a safe place to turn in. That could very well happen as we get our first session out onto the track for the, I believe that's X30 Jr coming out on the track now, right?
Yeah, X30 Jr headed onto the racetrack now. X30 Pro Jr at just 2 groups for qualifying for them. Then it'll be time for KA Masters, Mini Swift, and then X30 Pro Senior. All the following classes here were past where we were with the LCQs. It'll just be 2 groups for qualifying being released onto the racetrack. So we'll let them all go here for the US Pro Kart Series official. That'll be the last one, and here we go onto the circuit. Well, the first couple drivers on the racetrack here for X30 Pro Jr. as they work their way around out of turn number 5 here. Just a few sessions to go in qualifying, and we'll pick up where everybody sits here in just a few moments. It is Rollison Performance Group on the racetrack here. X30 Pro Jr. headed down to turn number 1. The bottom half of the group here on the racetrack for qualifying. And John Antonino in that Tesoro Raceworks CRG headed over to turn number 4. He was the quickest for a moment. That honor has now gone to Davin Roberts in the 715 Cosmic onto the Ryan Perry Motorsports camp here. Headed over to turn number 5.
Davin Roberts leads the way in this first group with a 56.282 in cart number 715. Mayor Dennerine, Wesley Gunder, Ty Fisher, and John Antonino is your top 5. But right now, Davin Roberts leads the way.
Let's go down trackside here for some wrap-ups from KA100 Sr. Heck of a run for Christian Miles. He ends up on the top of the boards. He's down with Alexander Searle.
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, here Christian Miles. Christian, I mean, a really solid day for you so far, right? Obviously, we talked before this interview, and you said you didn't put on new tires for practice, so that's why you didn't really have the pace that we were expecting. Happy hour, 2/10 on the field, qualifying almost 2/10 on the field again. Just walk me through how your day's been and how your qualifying session went for you.
Well, like you said, the first couple sessions, we just left the old rubber on from yesterday, especially since the racing, we're going to have to save our tires, so we did that. And then when we threw on new tires, the kart was perfect.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned, you know, the race, you got to save tires. Obviously, through practice, I mean, have you noticed what's your long run pace been like, right? What can you expect for the races tomorrow, and what's the tire deg been like throughout the session so far?
Our tires have been wearing really good, and we have really good long pace, so I think we're good right there.
Awesome. Yeah, Christian Miles, everybody. Almost 2/10 on the field there. He'll start P1 for KA Sr. Back to you guys.
Early laps in on the first group for X30 Jr. Davin Roberts, a 55.821 in the 7:15 is quick. Ty Fisher, Mayor Denarine, Lorenzo Castillo, and Anthony Martella. That is your top 5 in the first group. Our second group about to take to the track. This is the faster group of the 2. So you're going to see some times probably in the low 55s when this group gets finished as they get staggered through the out through the grid. Everybody separated as best they can when they get on the track so that they can kind of run on their own and not jumble up too much, but that doesn't always happen that way. But the officials try to get them spread out enough that they can kind of get some clear racetrack. Green flag comes out on the first driver. That's the 7:04 leading the way out there. That's Ernesto Rivera, one of the quicker drivers out there. And Ernesto on his first lap, coming up to speed. First lap for these drivers is not quite the pace that they want to have as they kind of warm the tires up and get things going where they want them to be. Usually that second lap and sometimes the third lap are the ones where they really cut the flyer and get some good speed and good pace out there to turn those quick laps. They've got to get under a 55.821 by the 7:15 of Davin Roberts in order to get to that top spot in this qualifying session for X30 Jr.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the fast group here. Let's go side by side. Aiden Levy, good qualifying effort and was looking really pretty for 5th overall. He should be 4th overall now. He's down with Emery Lida.
Down here with Aiden Levy. Aiden, you're able to overcome a little bit of a subpar or happy hour effort outside the top 15. And qualifying, you really found the pace, though. Top 5 will start on the outside of the second row. Walk me through your qualifying effort.
Yeah, so first of all, happy hour was terrible. I mean, with the red flag and everything, so didn't really get a good lap in. Was able to put a good lap in for qualifying, so really happy about that. And we'll see what the racing brings, so yeah.
So good news is you start in the top 5 all 3 heats tomorrow. The bad news is you start on the outside all 3 heats tomorrow. First off, what do you think about this format? And second off, what's your strategy to kind of get through the starts?
Yeah, I prefer the 2-day layout or the 2 separate races a little bit more rather than the heats, but yeah, I mean, it just kind of shows you can't really have a bad heat, so I'm just looking to be consistent and have a good starting spot for Sunday.
All right, Aiden Levy, a good qualifying effort. We'll put him in the top 5. We'll see what he can do in all 3 heats tomorrow. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Emery, here. Let's take a look at where things have shaken out. We've just got the first of the 2 flying laps here for the 3-lap qualifying fast group session. And what do you know? Oh, problems for Oliver Weldon. The 726 JC karting cart is off on the side of the racetrack right in front of the grid. There he is going and talking with team owner Leo Coleman. And I just could do a little bit of lip reading right there, Randy. He said, hey, it's okay. It sucks, but it's okay. And you can see right there the chain coming off the sprocket. So Oliver Weldon just he pounded the curb at turn 7 a little bit too hard, and right from there, a mechanical failure for him. However, while we got interviews lined up, let's see the final lap coming across. Ernesto Rivera was the fastest driver at the end of final practice. Here he comes through. Stephen Miller was the quickest on the last lap. Across the line, Rivera, 55.093. Musella, 55.2. Miller, 55.08. By 10 thousandths of a second, Stephen Miller pulls it out at the last second there. And now we'll wait to see the last couple come by. Scorpioni to 4th. Enzo Vidmontien to 5th. Cameron Brinkman ends in 6th. Diego Ardiles, Jackson Wolney, Max Taylor, Davin Roberts. Great run from the slow group. He ends inside the top 10. Big time spread here. Actually, it'll bump into 11th as Emma Kate Scarborough comes across the line, and the Peachtree City, Georgia native for Chad Dockin Racing goes 6th, and her teammate, Stephen Miller, is going to sweep the pole awards here in junior action, Randy.
Yeah, I think Stephen Miller is going to feed off of this momentum today as he enters the heats tomorrow. He has been just unstoppable. Fastest darn near every time he's been out on the track. So he's really put in a good run today, fastest in qualifying. But Ernest Rivera, as you said, a 1/100th of a second difference between those two. So that's about as close as you can get. Teddy Masella, Leonardo Scorpioni, and Enzo Vinmontien. That is your top 5. But Stephen Miller, the driver to beat in the X30 Jr class.
I think we're going to see this story a lot this year. Ernesto Rivera versus Stephen Miller. We'll see if any more can get in the mix of it. They've got about 2 tenths to find. Meanwhile, let's go down trackside for more intel from the end and the aftermath of that KA100 Sr Qualifying and that 57 driver grid. Emery and Alex, take it away.
I'm here with Brandon Lemke. Brandon, outside front row, pretty good effort for you. Obviously a new kart this weekend. Walk me through how the weekend's been going with you so far and how the OTK handled through the 3 laps.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, it's a go-kart. It does its thing. It could be on a Merlin, Tony kart, mixed free, whatever it is. I mean, they all do the same thing. They get around a go-kart track. So, no, but it feels good. This weekend so far, we've been pretty quick, always up towards the front. Qualifying, I made a little bit of a mistake on my quick lap coming onto the start-finish line straight, but hopefully that won't happen tomorrow, and we'll have a good shot to win.
Yeah, and speaking of tomorrow, it's a new format for USPKS this year. 3 heat races into 1 final event on Sunday. First off, do you like the format?
I don't mind it, yeah. I mean, I like change of pace. It makes a new challenge for everybody as well. Different strategy with tires and everything like that, too. So I think it'll be interesting. I don't know, exactly what the best way to do everything is yet, and I don't think anybody does. So, but, no, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to make for some great racing, especially with how many points the heats are all worth.
Yeah, and one other thing, talking about how the track has evolved through the course of the weekend. Obviously, yesterday, the track looked really fast. They maybe greased up just a little bit. Is that something that comes into consideration? Obviously, the track you've had a lot of success at over the last year. Had a lot of pace last year, different kart and everything, but still, kind of what can you take away from the track evolution so far, and what do you expect coming into tomorrow?
To me, it feels the exact same as last year, really. I know right now it's not as hot as it was last year, but I think, tomorrow and Sunday it's going to be just as hot, sunny, and everything like that. So, same tire, just as many people, if not more. So I think, probably have to make the same changes we did last year, gearing, setup, everything. So I think it's going to race very similar to as it did last year.
All right, Brandon Lemke, new colors, or new kart, but same domination. We'll see what he can do from the front of the field heading into tomorrow. Back to you guys in the booth.
Again, for Brandon Lemke, one thing to note as well, second place, 40 points in qualifying. Rewind the tape to 1 year ago, Randy, it was 0. So now, all of a sudden, these guys qualifying in the top 5, big championship implications. We've seen championships in the US Pro Kart Series in the past come down to tiebreakers, come down to 5 or 10 points. That's a huge, huge swing here for the field. And while the KA Masters are on the racetrack, take a look here at all the mini-slip drivers. You got Tyrone Kemper Jr., Edward Kennedy, Mayor Deonorine, all of them taking in the action, trying to learn, even at their young age here. Julian Rivera on the end as well, watching qualifying and seeing what's going on. And unfortunately, bad news for one of the Carapalatis. That's gone around over in turn number 1. So an issue there for one of the Carapalati drivers. Which one was that one?
Kim Carapalati.
Kim Carapalati. So Kim Carapalati having an issue over there in turn number 1. He's gotten back underway, though. This is the back half of the KA Masters final practice. So at the top of the boards for now, David Pregande, a long-forgotten name. I wouldn't say forgotten. Maybe that's a little more harsh on the term. But David Pregande's kind of had an off and on, maybe partial schedule, 1 or 2 races a year the last few years. And now he's here to help us kick off the KA Masters class. Another new addition, or in this case kind of a change, replacing the X30 Masters division. Brand new class, and you kick it off with a heck of a turnout at 26 drivers. That's awesome, Randy.
Yeah, solid turnout for the Masters class. And just, I think, really a good indication why it fits into this series. In this first group, Jake Fetter in the 412 is the quickest, a 58.707 as they wind down their session. Nicky Coelho, a 58.853. David Pregande, Alex Dalban, and Wes Stieg. That is your top 5. But Jake Fetter, the quickest of this group, a 58.561. And Pregande, a 58.274. Robert Mayer, a 58.561, now second. Wes Stieg third. Jake Fetter and Alex Dalban. That's the running order as we wind it down. Checkered flag comes out on this first group, and it looks like David Pregande is going to lead the way, a 58.274, and we'll see how that holds up as we work our way into the second group, which should be the faster group for this KA Masters class. And KA Masters brought to you by...
Oh, we got problems for one driver that is not going to make it across the line to finish the session. That's the 445 machine of Jacob Neary. So Jacob Nieri was 12th in the group. He'll probably end up around the outside of the top 20 overall, trying to refire that Miami KA100 engine. The privateer Tony Kart driver is off on the inside of the front straightaway, about probably 30 feet away from finishing the lap, Randy.
Yeah, tough break. I wanted to just give a special thanks to the sponsor of the KA100 Masters class, SpeedConcepts.com. So a great supporting sponsor, Speed Concepts, supporting sponsor of the KA100 Masters class. And yeah, this every little bits and pieces that you go through on Friday during qualifying, the heat races tomorrow, it all adds up to where you wind up on Sunday. But the way this progressive point system works with the US Pro Kart Series, all your performances in each of these segments has a lot to do with where you wind up on points for the day and for the year. So in the case of the 445 here, tough break and certainly not the way he wanted to start his day. And it's going to be a tough starting spot for him for sure when the heat races roll around tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely not ideal for him as he'll slowly push off to the infield and then get the kart recovery vehicle on him. So gives us a moment for another commercial break. Another word from our partners. Thank you for tuning in so far for Kart Chasers coverage of the US Pro Kart Series season opener here from Orlando Kart Center. We'll be right back here with KA100 Masters A Group, along with all for Mini Swift and all for X30 Pro Sr. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as Miami and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org.
KA100 Master Group A on the racetrack now here live from Orlando Kart Center. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of qualifying for opening day of the United States Pro Kart Series season. Danilo Romalo headed through turns 1 and 2 on that U-Race Tony Kart. New operation for him this weekend for the very first time on the national stage, teaming up with the Italo Silvera-led camp here based out of Orlando Kart Center. They've got a garage there on the side. They've got their whole HQ really outside of this facility. So they've got a lot of data around this racetrack and a driver who has been the man to beat so far in this division. He was top of the boards in final practice, top of the boards in practice 3 and 2, I think, as well, Randy. So everyone chasing that national number 1. He's got that plate for a reason. He was phenomenal here last year. He's picked up right where he left off.
Yeah, definitely. Nicky Coelho, just to loop back on that first group, Nicky Coelho on his final lap of 58.096 is fast in the first group, and he was actually pretty quick in happy hour, I thought, but he must have just missed it to get into that fast group. So now
or
the second group coming up.
Underweight or a pushback bumper penalty, all that stuff can factor in. So we'll touch more on that here in a moment as the laps roll in. Let's go down trackside to our top qualifier in X30 Pro Jr and KA Jr. Let's talk to him for the second time today, Stephen Miller, top of the boards. Alex and Emery, take it away.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, I'm here as your pole sitter in X30 Jr, Stephen Miller. Stephen, I mean, 2 qualifying sessions for you today, 2 poles today. I mean, you woke up this morning, you probably didn't imagine the day could have gone any better for you. Just walk me through how it's been.
It's been great. I'm really tired today because I didn't get much hours of sleep, but today I drove great. The kart was great. Everything was great, and I performed really well.
Awesome, yeah. And I mean, I bet your confidence level must be really high. I mean, obviously, you know, 50 points there for pole position, right? And you have 2 of them. And you, of all people, would know what it's like to win and lose championships, right? Scusa, KA champion. X30 fell just short. Just talk to me. What's your confidence levels like going into this weekend and going to the championship, knowing that you have started out the weekend with maximum points already?
Just try to get the best finishes I can and hopefully score first in the championship.
Awesome, yeah. Stephen Miller, everybody, starting P1 in both KA Jr and X30 Jr. Back to you guys.
That's the sound of a kid locked in right there, Randy. Nothing else. Doesn't matter about my confidence. We're just going to go out, try to keep getting first place results.
That's right.
And speak about first place, national number 1, Danilo Romalo goes to the top of the boards in the final group here for KA Master. Mike Rollison to second, Martin Stone third, Alex Doncho fourth, Laurentiu Mardan is fifth. And again, that's only one part of that X30 Pro Junior field. Only 1/100th off of Stephen Miller was Ernesto Rivera. He's down track side as well.
Thanks, Andrew. I'm here with Ernesto Rivera. Ernesto, it was a pretty good qualifying run for you. Ended up on the second position, only 1/100th short of Steven. Talk me through your weekend so far and what you felt about that qualifying.
Yeah, we've been struggling a lot in both classes, but finally today getting some pace, and I made a little mistake on the fast lap, so yeah, P2.
Yeah, and obviously you've shown a lot of pace all season long. It's the start of the USPKS season, and qualifying giving out a fair bit of points, and so even though you didn't get the pole, you still end up with 40 points. Is that something that you've thought about?
Yeah.
Definitely, and even though Steven got 10 more points and you still a good solid start to the weekend, you're going to start second on the outside front row for all 3 heats. What's your strategy as you look into tomorrow and trying to figure out how to best maximize your points and also your starting position for Sunday?
I hope to get good starts on the outside row and just like hang in there, no make mistakes, and like try to get as many points as I can.
Gotcha. Ernesto Rivera, solid start to the weekend. Even if you didn't quite get pole, still collecting some good points in both KA and in X30. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery here. Great stuff for Ernesto Rivera to have that kind of qualifying effort. And you can see there the kids on the wall continuing to watch as all of them are in the fast group, I'd imagine. They'll be able to wait for a little more time before they have to go on to the racetrack. We go from them, though, and the X30 Pro Seniors start to make their way to the grid. How about ZCD? Zach Clemente-Mello wasn't quite sure when we'd see him back in action, and he linked up with the International Motorsport Lenzo Kart boys, and he felt really confident when I saw him last night after unofficial practice. He's down with Alexander Searle here right now, and checking out the ribs and everything. Alex, how is Mr. ZCD, Captain Canada?
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, I'm here with Zachary Clemente-Mello. Zach, it's been a solid day for you, right? I mean, consistently top 5, top 10 there in X30 Pro. Walk through your day as a whole, and obviously a new team for you as well. So just tell me how the environment's been.
I mean, I have nothing but good things to say about the new team. Obviously, my last few weeks have been a struggle at all the races I've done, and we show up here and we're right at the front with a brand new team. So I think that shows how good the kart is. My mechanic's unreal. Everything's been hooked up all weekend. So excited to see what we can do in qualifying.
Yeah, and obviously we talked before the interview here, and you said, you know, you had a little incident there. You had a little bit of a bent chassis going into qualifying. Have you guys got that all sorted out, you think?
We straightened it as best we could. I mean, I was in the pit lane, and someone said he didn't have brakes, which is questionable, but he hit me at full speed and bent the chassis quite good. My back's a bit sore, but we straightened it. We're going to go new chassis for the morning and just hope the chassis is okay for qualifying today. It is what it is at this point. I'm just going to do my best as always.
Yeah, let's hope the chassis are right there for Zach reclaiming the mellow. Zach, good luck in qualifying. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, right there, hearing it. So, again, a brake loss there at the end, and you could hear the little bit of attitude from ZCD, but understandable, right? I mean, you're fast all day. Everything's good. You're like, all right, good practice session, and wham! Right when you're waiting to get out of the go-kart in the scale line, you get rear-ended and a bent-up go-kart. And like you said, it sounds like they're going to go to the backup frame for tomorrow, but at least just rock with what they got for qualifying with the kart already built up. Again, we talk about there being the big gap in time, of course, Randy, 2.5 hours from that final practice to qualifying. By the time you get out of the scales and then, of course, having to be there early before qualifying, you don't have time to build a whole brand-new go-kart. I mean, to do it properly, from bare-bones chassis, mounted engine, mounted seat, everything, I mean, you're talking probably a good full day, 8 hours of work, if that. And even a scramble, we've seen a full master team try to put something together, but it's out of the question when you've only got a 2-hour window.
Yeah, most definitely. It tightens up. It looks good on paper, but like you said, by the time you get through the scales and then pre-grid, that window of opportunity gets a lot smaller. On track now, the Mini Swift. Sponsored by the DNJ Intermodal Services. I want to thank our good friends at DNJ Intermodal for the sponsorship of the Mini Swift class. Our first group on track, and Luis Fernandez in the 170 is quick in the first group, a 103.532 as we work our way through that group. And we'll have, looks like another group. We've got 18 on tracks. Looks like we're going to split it up into maybe 2 to 3 groups. So the first group with the 170 of Luis Fernandez on top, a 103.352. Landon Buer, a 101.628. And Valentino Santillan, a 101.917. So they've gone to the top of the leaderboard now. And we've got, looks like we've got someone else down here. We've got some more trackside interviews, so we'll send it down trackside.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the time. Jacob Majeski now the quickest here. Let's go trackside. Emery Lida, Alexander Searle. What you got for us?
Pretty solid start to the weekend for you. Ended up in P4 in happy hour. Showing some pretty good pace. Talk me through your weekend so far.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend so far. A bit better than Homestead, and we're just gonna keep pushing, getting used to the tire. Just gotta keep there. We seem to be getting there now. Just gotta stay there for the races.
All right, and talking about this track, obviously, so far so good for you. It seems like through the weekend you've been consistent up at the front. Have you made that many changes, or just kind of stayed the same?
Made a few changes, but nothing seems to be working, so we just stayed the same. And the track's pretty tight, so the racing's going to be interesting, but we should be fine. Crack on.
And one more thing, obviously Ryan Perry Motorsports kind of getting back into the flow of things with them in the Winter Series. Looks like he kind of struggled just a little bit, but here you've been strong. What do you attribute that development to?
Yeah, I just think we're just the team, me, myself. We're just getting better every time we go out, and we're just learning the kart, learning the tire. So I think we're just going to keep getting better and better through the year.
All right, well, Brandon Carr, he'll roll off fourth for qualifying. We'll see what he can do aboard his Ryan Perry Motorsports OTK. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery. Again, Brandon Carr, what a cool story about that. We'll get to in a moment. Let's recap our top 10 so far here, Randy. Jackson Gibson was able to go quickest there in the B group here by a little bit, and he'll get nipped by Rocco Simone. Rocco Simone on that Paralympic kart out of Naples, Florida, to the top by a 1/10 of a second. So what a run there. We talked about Rocco Simone having an issue in that happy hour session. He at least makes it to the top of Group B here in qualifying, so that's a good recovery.
Jackson Gibson will round out second spot at a 101.163. Landon Buer, Jacob Majeski, and Valentino Santillan in the first group. That is the top 5. We got a lot more drivers coming out, and every group gets a little bit faster. But right now it's Rocco Simone in the 109 out of Naples, Florida, leading the way with a 101.051 quick time in the first group for Mini Swift.
And so with that here, to pick up from where we were with Brandon Carr, what a cool story it is for this English kid, right? So him and his father moved over here. His father was able to find a new job stateside. They'd conquered what they felt like, conquer the kingdom in England, had gotten some championships won in the United Kingdom. We've seen him a lot over here stateside in his mini and micro days, but fully committed. In fact, Randy, they've been living out of a hotel for a lot as they've been getting relocated, just working at the Ryan Perry Motorsports shop, and now here this is his third weekend behind the wheel of an X30 Pro machine in his rookie season. Talk about dedication to wanting to race the best.
You got to want it to be dedicated like to that level of commitment. Hats off to them. You want something bad enough, you got to work hard for it, and they're working hard, and you know they're deserving some great results, and you might see it this weekend.
Well, he was, again, as Emery mentioned, struggled a little bit for where he was hoping to be at the SCUSA Winter Series in the winter. However, he was phenomenal here in Happy Hour. The highest running driver on his camp and one of the highest running non-Ralston Performance Group drivers in the top 5. Ryan Norberg, top of the boards. Brandon Carr was 4th. He split Donovan Bonilla and Diego Contecha there that were 3rd and 5th on the order. So we expect him to be competitive. Hopefully he'll be enough where he can maybe take the top step. But even a podium would be a great leap forward to where they were and a good step forward in the progression of his 2023 Pro National campaign. The fast group now for the mini-slopes getting onto the racetrack here. We'll continue to bring the action as we go side by side periodically with some more pre-race action from our headline X30 Pro Senior Qualifying session. But the green flag waves now. The time to beat a 61.051 by Rocco Simone. There's 52. Oh, no, you're right. Are we doing 3 groups for this, Alan? No. Just 2?
But only 20 went out, so they got third to last the second group. As a balance there. Maybe that's the deal, I guess.
All right, we are back here live. Sorry about that little interruption. Lucas Palacio, top 10 in final practice here in D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift in the 46-driver grid. We'll see where he stacks up as he's got himself a good piece of real estate to pound some laps out in. Again, Simone over Jackson Gibson, Landon Buer, Jacob Majeski, Valentino Santillan on that SLA Kart Racing Parolin, rounding the top 5. Parolin's 1st and 5th. The Cosmic Gibson sits 2nd. Landon Buer in that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic was 3rd. Here's a look at Cameron Marsha. He's found a dancing partner with Julian Rivera in the 134 AKT Racing Team Energy, so they've locked up together, and we'll see if that combination works good. It worked great for Cameron Marsha in final practice, working with, I believe, one more driver here in the fast group. It's just escaping me. Max Christia and Cameron Marsha were super quick in that final practice session. Christia here on his 2nd full season in the mini ranks. Cameron Marsha, his rookie season, who was one of the top contenders in micro. And you go back up the order a little bit. Here is a couple of others. There is Christia right behind Michael McGoy in that 161 Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart, headed down the hill towards the final S's. They've got 1 base lap in, working towards lap 2. At the same time, let's go side by side for a moment and hear from Diego Ramos as he's down with our very own Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Diego, I mean, it's been an up and down day for you, right? You've been searching for pace all day long. You seem to have gotten closer there in Happy Hour. Just walk me through your day as a whole so far.
My day is going good, like up and down a little bit. But always with speed. Just in the Happy Hour, I didn't put the lap together, but I feel confidence for the quali. Let's see what we can do.
Yeah, obviously most of the day you've been, a few tenths off. Do you think you found anything in Happy Hour? Obviously you only did a lap. Do you think you have anything here to contend for pole position?
I mean, I'm gonna fight for this. Try do the pole again. But for sure we find something in the Happy Hour. I just didn't put the lap together, but now let's see what we can do in the quali.
Awesome, yeah. Diego Ramos, everybody. Rolling off in Group A here for X30 Pro. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Alex. Again, Diego Ramos, that's what we've been talking about all day long here. It's the money lap. This is it for the minis. Lucas Palacio, his 2nd lap was quick enough to go to the top. He's going to start to get shuffled. Julian Rivera goes quicker, a 60.379. Tristan Murphy to 2nd. Antonio Pizzonianito moves to 3rd. Palacio will be one of the last ones to cross the stripe, so he might get 1 final heater on in. The rest of the field by. There's a couple of Speed Concepts Racing entries. Jackson Tovo, a good lap to go up the order. Ashton Woon goes to 2nd on the Super Tune Parolin. But overall, still waiting on Palacio to come on by. Here he comes on that TKG Private Kart Republic. Is it enough? No. 60.71. A few more to go, and that should wrap it. Julian Rivera out of Miami Beach, Florida, A 1.5 advantage over Ashton Woon to second, Tristan Murphy to third, Jackson Tovo fourth, Kai Mars rounds out the top 5, Antonio Pizzogno-Nito, Ethan Tovo, Lucas Palacio, then Fion Shi and Max Christia rounds out the top 10 with a 4/10 spread. Let's go back down and hear from some more of our X30 Pro Senior competitors with Emory.
Here with Alessandro Tullio. Alessandro, it's been a pretty good weekend for you so far, your first weekend with the Burrell Art PSL karting group as well as Prime Power Team 2. Just walk me through your weekend so far and what you're looking forward to heading into qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a good weekend. The only bad session we had was happy hour, so I mean, we didn't change anything. We didn't do any massive changes, so I'm thinking, I hope it was a tire issue, so yeah, we'll see in qualifying. And for qualifying, the goal is obviously to qualify as best as possible, just to have a good position for all the heats.
Yeah, and talking about switching teams, new kart for you. Talk me through some of the differences when it comes to both driving a Burrell as well as kind of the differences in setup and how that's kind of impacted you heading into this weekend and beyond.
I mean, there's differences, but at the end of the day, it's a go-kart. It has 4 wheels, it has an engine, so you always want to set it up as best as possible and drive it as best as possible, so that's what we're doing this weekend.
All right, Alessandro Tullio, he's fast on whatever he's on. A little bit of a disappointing happy hour, but he'll have a lot of speed to work with heading into qualifying. Back to you guys.
One of the top-rated prospects here. No surprise, as soon as word got out that he was available, Prime Power Team and Burrell Art North America picked him up. He's got a full U.S. calendar on the docket, as well as a number of Canadian national events as well. So this is here a look at the slow group. And interesting to find, fellow PSL Karting Bureau Art driver Mateus Morgado, one of the first 2 drivers below the cut line in final practice. He'll have to roll in the slow group here on that 362. This is your reigning CIKFIA world champion we're talking about in Mateus Morgado that has to roll from deep in the field here. You go back further on, there's a couple other notable names in this one. Jorge Ortiz on that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, one of the higher-rated rookies coming into the weekend here. He's down in the slow group after a bad happy hour. Behind him, Cooper Shipman, his X30 Pro debut as well in the B group. Colin Daly, double duty, was just outside the top 10. He's already come from the slow group before, had to do it in Pro Shifter. He'll have to do it the same way here in X30 Pro Senior, presented by Franklin Motorsports. And now they'll slowly get released. And Mateus Morgado will lead his teammate in PSL Karting's Timothy Pernod, the Canadian, will trail the Brazilian and reigning CIK world champ. Here's Colin Daly. We'll see what the DR North America factory driver can find for himself as he works his way towards the infield chicane. But the first of the 2 groups for the main division here in the US Pro Kart Series for the past 11 seasons now shares the spotlight with Pro Shifter. Of course, KA100 Sr could be the most underrated race of the weekend with 57 drivers, and it always does produce some really good racing in the 100cc class as well. So some great racing action on tap, and our final 2 qualifying sessions now just getting rolling here, Randy.
39 strong in the X30 Pro Senior class, and as you mentioned, Xander, our thanks go out to Franklin Karts as they are the sponsor of X30 Pro. This is such a highly competitive class. Some of the top drivers in the country here in the world in this division as well as in the shifters. So we look for, honestly, some good times in the first group, even though the second group is going to be quicker. There's not a bad horse in the field, to tell you the truth. There's some real studs in here, and some of them not quite where they want to be. They're in this first group, and they really felt like they could have gone into the second group and the quicker group, but happy hour wasn't too kind to them. So we'll look for the first laps to come in now as we've got Riley Ramroop. Evan Hagberg is turning in some laps now. They're in the 55s, but it's going to get much lower than that as they come up to speed. Track starting to cool down a little bit. Kart's going to respond a little differently. The tires are going to respond differently. Tire pressure becomes definitely a tool to use, and use it right, because you can go from a great handling chassis to a terrible handling chassis if you miss on the tire pressure. So you've got to make sure you nail that based on experience. The crews behind these drivers sometimes are as important, if not more important, than the drivers themselves on knowing how to adjust to conditions, to driver ability, and to where they start. Tomorrow, if you're starting in the back of the pack, you got to hit the ground running on the green flag. That kart's got to be race ready, because you got to advance and score some points. If, on the other hand, you have a good qualifying position, you want to be steady. You want to be able to keep that spot, but you don't have to charge. And not only do you have to charge if you're starting from the back, but you got to stay out of trouble. Attrition will cause people to fall out, lose positions, lose points, and have a terrible starting spot for Sunday. You certainly don't want that. So a whole gamut of challenges lies ahead in those heat races tomorrow. 3 grueling heat races tomorrow to set the field for the 26-lap main events on Sunday. Jorge Ortiz in the 311, a 54.060, is the quick driver in this first session for X30 Pro as the checkered flag gets ready to come out. Jorge Ortiz is the quickest, Matthew Morgado second, Timothy Pernod, Cooper Shipman, and Riley Ramroot. That's your top 5. Our final session of the day, the fast group in X30 Pro, about to enter onto the racetrack.
Oh, my goodness, Jorge Ortiz. I'm sorry about that, Randy. He was 4 wheels, Air Ortiz there over the curbing on the final lap. He was quickest last time. He goes a little slower this time by, but he's still going to be quickest on the top of the boards here in this one. You talk about as well that the team's having to adjust. Randy, it's overcast for the first time all day. We talk about the air temperature dropping a little bit. As soon as that sun goes away, that track temperature plummets as the sun begins to set behind the tree line here. It's nearly 6 p.m. Eastern local time, so no surprise here. It's still 80 degrees out, but the cloud cover is going to drop the track temperature significantly. So that, of course, a lot of teams will roll to the grid with a tire pressure gauge to make a last-second adjustment if they need. And as Aiden Rudolph comes on through, he'll actually put a really good lap together. He'll go to 4th in the group, just ahead of his teammate Timothy Pernod. Colin Daly will end 3rd. Morgado will end in 2nd. Ortiz on top. But it's a similar story to 2022. Everybody is chasing that man right there in the number 1, Ryan Norberg in the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. Couple last-second adjustments. The Orlando native talked to him a little bit this weekend. Of course, just launched his own karting academy here on site. He's got a nice hospitality suite. He's hoping to entertain a bunch of friends and family, put on a show for him. Well, he's got a lot of drivers looking to knock him off the top step. How about rookie standout, Aiden Ingrata? In fact, a couple rookie standouts here were 2nd and 4th. Ingrata on that SCR Red Speed, just watched his teammate Ortiz qualify. Brandon Carr, rookie, and returning to the seat after nearly 2 years off, Arias Duke Medjan there in the 302 DAP kart for Chad Dawkin Racing is ready to roll. There's Diego Ramos behind him, 8th in final practice. Diego Contecha and Donovan Manilla were 3rd and 5th. And then right behind Contecha is ZCD on that 317 International Motorsport Factory Lenzo kart. And you go all the way down through the rest of the grid here. It's a stacked class, as it always has been. And we'll see if anyone can beat the 7-time Pro National Champion Ryan Norberg. Here's Ellie Goldstein in the TB Kart Factory entry, then headed on out to the racetrack. And we'll start to pick a couple drivers to follow for the first few laps around here at Orlando Kart Center. But this is it. This is the time. Set your money lap. 50 points up for grabs for the pole. Pays out all the way down to the top 5. And those 10 points, even down in 5th, could mean some big-time championship implications as we go down the road in this 5-round regular season championship that concludes at the end of the year at GoPro Motorplex in October.
54.060, the time to beat by Jorge Ortiz. And Xander, I think it's safe to say we're going to see some 53 seconds laps.
Oh, no doubt about it here. The track is really going to pick up speed with the cloud cover now, cooling things off. Here's Ryan Norberg headed on down to turn number 9. Again, hometown crowd for him. Talked to him a little bit earlier in the year how much he was looking forward to the fact he was going to get a home stint. 3 pro national events here back to back to back at Orlando Kart Center before the tour heads north. And he's been looking forward to it. For him, and along with many of these drivers, it's a lot of living out of a suitcase, living on the road. We talked about Brandon Carr. He's living on the road full time with a hotel and then slowly figuring out his living arrangements over here in the States. But for many of them, it's a long, hard life on the road. And for Ryan Norberg and a handful of other Orlando Kart Center natives, they got a month where they get to sleep in their own bed, and it's hard to really put a real value or amount on that. But you have to think it's something. Getting to race at home, a track you've grown up at, a track you've got all the laps where you know what it does throughout the day. You've seen every condition, and at the same time, you get to relax at the end of the day in your own house or your own apartment back home, and I think that's huge.
A big difference, absolutely. It makes a huge difference when it comes to your preparation and getting to the racetrack with the game face on to get something done.
Aiden Ingrata is one of those coming from a long way around. The Canadian is spending a lot of time in Florida the last couple of years with the Speed Concepts Racing Camp. Now let's see what he does on lap number 1. Norberg goes 3rd. Ingrata to the top, 54.028. Are we going to see those 53-second lap times? We saw them earlier on. Right now, again, that was just only the second lap, and Diego Contecha even a little bit better, but don't count out the number 1. Arya Stukmedjin also a good lap. Another Orlando, Florida native as Contecha gets the top spot for now on that 337. Diego Contecha had a terrible run through the SCUSA Winter Series. Blew a motor twice, blew 2 different engines up on the finale weekend. He was 5th in final practice. Here he comes through turn number 8, and there he goes on through the shot. We'll see what he can do. Ingrata's got a great position behind Norberg. Good spot as well for Brandon Carr as he closes up to Donovan Bonilla. But this will be it. The money lap, the final lap. Who goes where as they go through the chicane for the final time and come across the line. Bonilla rounds the final corner. Norberg, a 53.582. Ingrata cannot beat it, a 53.67. Donovan Bonilla cannot go better. Diego Contecha to second, 53.63. Here comes Arya Stukmedjin, 5th, 53.77. ZCD goes 7th on the International Motorsport Lenzo kart. Here comes a few more. How about Paulie Massimino with a good run to 5th? Laurent Legault goes to 6th. But overall, as the last few cross the line, we'll see if anyone's got anything more. Here's Hayden Jones. How about rookie Caleb Gaffera across the line? Jones goes 9th. Gaffera, decent for Caleb Gaffera, but not great. Not where he'd want to be right now. He's down in 24th. Brandon Carr, great lap though. He goes 3rd, only 800ths off of Norberg. Contecha, 500ths back. We'll hear from the national number 1 here after this commercial break, but it's Ryan Norberg continuing the pace from final practice to go on top in qualifying by 0.5 tenth over his teammate Diego Contecha. Rawlson Performance Group locks the front row. Then it's Ryan Perry Motorsports' Brandon Carr in 3rd and a rookie 2nd row with Aiden Ingrata to the outside in 4th, and Paulie Massimino makes it 2. Speed Concepts Racing Red Speeds inside the top 5 and only a 10th off the pole. Ellie Goldstein with a great run there in 6th on that TB card out of Oliver, British Columbia. Laurent Legault still only a 10th and a quarter back in 7th. Diego Ramos 8th. Hayden Jones 9th. Alessandro DiTullio in that Prime Power Team Bureau Art goes 10th. Arya Stukmedjin was less than 2 tenths off, Randy. He finishes 11th. That is a tightly packed top 11 drivers.
Most definitely. It's going to be a heck of a show tomorrow. Watching these guys carve their way through 3 heat races and then getting ready for the main events on Sunday. Let's go trackside.
Yeah, so again, we'll go trackside in a moment here, Randy. We got to go through the scale line first.
I got to get used to these signals over here.
Yeah.
I thought that was a trackside signal.
Hey,
My bad.
We're working on it. It's first weekend of the year, right? We got to get all the kinks worked on out here. But
that's right.
To recap qualifying, of course, this is, again, the most important qualifying session I've seen in a long time, Randy. 50 points to the pole, 40 points to second, down all the way to 10 points to fifth, and then on back 0 from sixth onward. But we're used to qualifying sessions, obviously in the US Pro Kart Series, just meaning where you start the pre-final. Now it's going to mean where you start 3 consecutive heat races. But beyond that, 10 points is not that much in the championship. 50 points is a much bigger percentage of what you get out of a main event. So all of a sudden, Ryan Norberg's pole means a lot. But even then, the drivers who were in the top 5, Massimino, 10 points. Ingrata, 20. 30 to Brandon Carr. 40 Diego Contecha. The heat races obviously mean a whole lot, but qualifying now means more than it ever has here in this series.
Well, absolutely. And when you're going for a championship, the last thing you want to do is dig yourself a hole at the beginning of the season because you'll be digging your way out. So not getting points, number 1, in qualifying sets you back. And then struggling through the heat races, even if you have a solid finish, a top 5 finish through just a great main event, you could still find yourself behind the 8 ball on points because you struggled at qualifying, you struggled with the heat races. So kind of a new format, an interesting format, and it's going to really award consistency.
Yeah, it will, right? I mean, it's about surviving the heats, getting yourself in a good spot all the way to the main event here. We expect it to have that consistency mount out more. But we'll hear from our top qualifiers here after the break. Stick with us, folks, live from Orlando Kart Center, the post-race show to get started. And as well, later on tonight, shooting for about 6:30 p.m. or 7 p.m. Eastern and local time, KC Happy Hour will get underway with a number of special guests later on live here from the racetrack. So if you have to tune away, tune back in for that later on. For now, though, post-qualifying interviews coming your way after the break. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Hi, I'm Sean Bailiff, owner of Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Motorsports Country Club has all kinds of amenities here. We have a 3/4 of a mile racetrack. We have a state-of-the-art clubhouse. Trinity Karting Group is based here as well. We specialize in driver development and new drivers all the way from 4 years old up to we have drivers that are 70 to 72 years old. So we can cover them all as far as racing. And we have probably one of the nicest facilities in the country with the clubhouse here, locker rooms, and then we can basically do it all. It's a one-stop shop with our kart shop in-house. We also host the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, which is a 7-race series throughout the summer months. And it helps groom drivers from the club level all the way up to the next step in the USPKS and the SCUSA Pro Tour. We also have rental karts here, and we're opening that more and more to the public, so check us out on our website at mcckarting.com.
Welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center, and we are just getting ready for the post-race qualifying interviews. Major implications. Ryan Norberg was top of the boards in qualifying, but came in just shy on the minimum weight and has been disqualified for coming in underweight. We saw that factor for a couple of drivers in the top 5. This is the first time today it's been the pole award winner, which means he'll go to the rear of the field for all 3 heat races here on home turf. A lot of work to be done for the reigning champion and 7-time Pro National champ. We'll keep an eye on that. In the meantime, Diego Contecha has been promoted to his first career pole, or at least first pole in quite a while. And what a turnaround it's been here. Less than a month ago, Diego Contecha had a less than desirable weekend in Homestead with multiple engine failures. This weekend, he's going to lead us to the green. Emery?
Thanks, Andrew. I'm here with Diego Contecha. Diego, not a traditional pole, but you were fast on all 3 laps. Ended up putting it together on your final one to go P2 provisionally. Got the pole after your teammate got DQ'd. Walk me through what it means for you.
Yeah, like I'm happy. I have the speed. I don't like to do pole like this. Ryan is first. Like I don't know, 1 or 2 pounds is anything, you know. He's fast anyway. He get the DQ, but I'm not happy if we get pole like this. But I'm second, so it's good. I have the speed, so I have to be very focused for this challenge.
Yeah, and talking about the pace you've had all weekend long, pretty consistently in the top 10. And when you look back last month at Homestead for the Winter Series, it was just a situation where you had mechanical failures, a little bit inconsistent on pace. What's made the difference this weekend to allow you to get all the way up towards the front of the grid?
Yeah, like what you said, in Homestead is not like good luck, but I had the speed also. If you can see the first round, I was second, Ryan was first. So we always have the speed. In the second round in Homestead, I started last, 32nd, and I finished 7th. So I always have the speed. This time I had the luck, you know. This is about this sport. You have to be lucky and fast. So I hope this weekend I'm fast. I hope to have the luck.
One last thing, obviously qualifying, paying out 50 points is significant. You also get a pretty big advantage starting on pole for all 3 heats tomorrow. When we look at it from a championship standpoint, just kind of getting the most points possible from this weekend, what does it mean to you to be able to start all the way up at the front?
Yeah, it's really a high pressure, you know, like have all that these good drivers is a big pressure to have a big field, also to have a world champion right behind me, or is a big challenge, you know. But I have to be focused, and if I'm here in the first position, it's because I'm good, you know. So I have to be very focused and be pointing to the championship, because USPKS, I don't know, I always have good luck. I did Road America, I finished second. 2 years ago, I won, so I don't know. USPKS and me, we have a very good relationship.
Yeah, Diego Contecha, we've seen some standout performances from him in the past, both in Vegas as well as at Road America. Starts on pole for all 3 heats tomorrow, and outstanding performance from the Rawlson Performance Group driver. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery. Diego Contecha, you could hear it as well, the respect and admiration he has for his teammate Ryan Norberg. Doesn't want to win the pole that way. He wants to win it outright. I'm sure he'd like to see Ryan climb through the heats, start up front, and beat him head-to-head in that main event on Sunday. But he's got a lot easier road to get there than his teammate does, rolling off from the top spot. Diego Contecha is not the only one that's notable. Brandon Carr had a phenomenal qualifying effort to back up Happy Hour, and now he will join him on the front row, and he's with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, like you said, phenomenal qualifying there for you, Brandon. I mean, P2, just walk me through it.
Yeah, it was a good lap. The kart felt amazing. It just kept getting better and better.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, starting P2 now, what do you think you have a kart to contend for a race victory coming this weekend, right? And how's your long-run pace been as well? And also, starting outside, how do you feel?
Yeah, it should be all right, to be fair. It's pretty tight, but we should be fine. And the kart's fast. We can do the same time every lap, so we just got to keep there, keep pushing.
Awesome. Yeah, you heard it here first. Brandon Carr thinks he has a kart that can do well in the long run. Back to you guys in the booth.
Brandon Carr is one of those drivers you always see focused and short on words, but definitely not short on talent. He's, again, locked in, as you can tell. Already probably game planning how he needs to attack each start tomorrow. He'll get 3 tries at it from the outside of the front row. Phenomenal run for him. And, again, a big boost of confidence, I'm sure, for the Pro Division rookie as he continues his campaign here in 2023. So Brandon Carr will join Diego Contecha on the front row. Contecha, a veteran, multi-time podium finisher, US Pro Kart Series race winner as well. He'll be up front. And now promoted into the top 4 from just in the top 5. Aiden Ingrata and Paulie Massimino are both down here with Alex.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, like you said, I got teammates here, Aiden Ingrata and Paulie Massimino. 3rd and 4th place for you guys. I mean, just talk to me. You clearly have a pretty good kart, right? 3rd and 4th. How did qualifying session go?
Well, for me, I'll start off. The first lap was good. I think I overpushed it a little bit, overheated the tires a little bit too much. The second lap was pretty good. I made a little bit of a mistake, so I think that costed like half a tenth. So I mean, it's very close. Like 2 tenths is to like top 12. So it'll be a good race, hard race tomorrow. It's gonna be very close. So yeah, see how tomorrow brings.
Paulie?
Yeah, I thought the qualifying was pretty decent. We kind of knew we were pretty decent on new tires. The previous days, we always had speed when we put on new tires. So I'm not mad about our new tire pace, but we still need to keep our heads down and work a little bit more for the heats.
Yeah, and obviously starting on the outside, they're not the best place to be, but your teammates on the inside here, so you should feel pretty confident. Aiden, you gonna give him some space tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll give him some space. You know, he's pretty nice to me, this guy, so I'll give him space. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, teammates there on the second row of the grid, 3rd and 4th. Aiden Ingrata 3rd, Paulie Massimino 4th. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Alex. That wraps it up here, I believe, for qualifying day here at the US Pro Kart Series. The grids are set. The stage is set for tomorrow. Kart Chaser viewers, 7 p.m. Eastern here, 4 p.m. Pacific. We'll go live with KC Happy Hour live from the racetrack. Myself, Randy Kugler, and a number of special guests will join us for that. The cookout is already underway. The lights are on. It's overcast. It's cooling down. It's a beautiful Friday afternoon here in Central Florida. For opening weekend of the US Pro Kart Series, the live race day coverage kicks off tomorrow at 9 a.m. Happy hour tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. Stick with us if you can. If not, we'll see you first thing tomorrow morning.